From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Cole. I'm the director of the Center for the Book in the Library of Congress, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to a continuation of the Library of Congress's bicentennial celebration of poetry. This indeed is the Library of Congress's bicentennial year. We are 200 years old, and we are marking the occasion by emphasizing and expanding on some of the Library of Congress's special programs. As many of you know, poetry has been a part of the Library of Congress's programming since the 1930s, when the Office of Consultant in Poetry was established. In recent years, we have been blessed with very activist poetry consultants who also are poet laureates of the United States. And this has brought a whole new range of activity to the Library of Congress, and it's a pleasure that you can be part of this poetry bicentennial celebration. There is material on the table as you come in about the Library of Congress's bicentennial and about some of the other poetry events and activities that are going on now. I would like to say, first of all, how pleased we were that so many people turned out last night for the reading. I think that those of you who were there not only enjoyed it, but you will see that it provides a fertile field for today's discussions. I also would like to point out that we have a few of the people who were involved in last night's activity here. The co-chair of today's events will be Prosser Gifford, whom you met last night, who's the director of scholarly programs here at the Library of Congress. I would like to recognize Grace Cavallari, who is here today. There's a press announcement about Grace's interviews with our poets, which are part of the bicentennial celebration. Those interviews are now being broadcast on public broadcasting and are helping us celebrate poetry and the Library of Congress. One of the reasons we're doing the symposium is to give not only last night's experience that we had in hearing favorite poems on film and in person. We're trying to give it a historical context to give this particular celebration an afterlife. Therefore, we have today gathered together not only scholars, but poets, participants, people who are interested in poetry, the spoken word and the written word, to talk about not only their perceptions of last night, but of course the topics that are in your program. And I hope you've all picked up a program which also has some biographical information about our participants. For this reason, I'm not going to go into detailed introductions of each of the panel members. I refer you to your program, but I would say that what we are trying to do today and what we will do through the discussions and what we can do with your help is to give context, historical context, and context for the future about this poetry experience. We're starting with a panel on recovering the experiences of American readers, where people interested in book history are going to present some points for discussion and contemplation. We then will move on with the panel chaired by Prosser Gifford, talking about poetry and voice. We're hoping that Robert Pinsky, our poet laureate, has recovered his voice by the time this comes on. Robert is hoarse and actually we're hoping to get his throat taken care of. There will be a panel at 1:30 on the making of the Favorite Poem Project, which many of us saw last night. We'll talk about poets and publishers in the afternoon panel and conclude with a look at poetry in America today, where we bring our consultants and some of our poets and our participants together for a final look at the day and reflections on the day. I would now, at this time, like to turn this over to our panel members. Each is going to make a brief presentation in the order in which they're listed on the program. After that is over, we will open this up for your ideas and a panel discussion. I've asked our panelists to decide whether they want to come to this podium or speak from the table, and our first speaker is David Hall of the Harvard Divinity School. David? Give David a hand.
My remarks are not about my favorite poem, but most of them about a favorite novel, although, as you will see shortly, not everyone's favorite novel. In 1851, a young man named Charles Holbrook, very much a Yankee, very much a native of Massachusetts, graduated from Williams College. During the closing months of his college career, he had worried a good deal about his future. Should he enter the ministry, or perhaps start out as a school teacher? A few months after graduating, he noted in a pocket diary he had been keeping and would continue to keep during the experiences I'm about to describe, that, and this is very characteristic of recent college graduates, that he had been thinking of happy days at college and wish almost they were not ended. Several days later, he received a letter informing him that a planter in North Carolina was seeking someone to instruct his children. Lacking, it seems, any other offer of employment, and, as he put it, tired of working on the family farm, Charles, though unsympathetic to the institution of slavery, as we know from various entries, accepted this offer, and in February 1852 traveled the long way down to Rockingham County, North Carolina, where he joined the household of Thomas Galloway, a substantial planter who owned some 30 slaves, and whose children, together with those of a brother, would become the new teacher's responsibility. Several months later, on October 1st, a neighbor arrived, and now I quote the diary, from New York, bringing many presents and Uncle Tom's cabin. Immediately, Charles took hold of this book and began to read it. October 1st. I've been reading the first volume of Uncle Tom's tonight and am much interested in it. It was a 2-volume work when it was printed. The next day, October 2nd, I have completed Volume 1 of Uncle Tom's Cabin, became much interested in it. It relates some exciting scenes. October 3rd, read the sublime, the pathetic and affecting description of Eva's death. That's the little girl who dies. Described it at some considerable length. It takes a long time to die. Oh, there are some such children even in this land of darkness. The tears rushed into my eyes as I read about her peaceful death. Am resolved tonight to be more devoted. October 4th. Finished Uncle Tom's Cabin this morning at recess. I believe it to be the most interesting book I have ever read. Poor old Uncle Tom. He has gone to meet little Eva in the better spirit land. October 5th. Read some of Uncle Tom's Cabin to Sandy, who happened to be one of his pupils. He says Edie's sister at Mr. Harris's was tied to a tree and whipped, lots of exclamation points, that the man struck her first in the forehead with a tobacco stick, more exclamation points. Then we learned from the diary that this novel was passing into other hands on the plantation. October 14th, Mr. G likes Uncle Tom's Cabin, but Mrs. G, Mrs. Galloway, is bitter against it. October 15th, great talk in the House about Mrs. Stowe. Mr. G is honest. He says he admires Uncle Tom's Cabin for its true characters. October 16th, Mr. Galloway says he will burn Uncle Tom's Cabin. He has changed his mind on it. Mrs. G thinks Mrs. Stowe is worse than Legree. Out of this sequence of reactions recorded for us in a diary that by chance has survived into our own times, I and Barbara Seichman and Joan Rubin and others, many others, are helping to fashion a history of reading in America that has, to simplify, two principal objectives. The first is to understand the texts that readers encountered in past times as well as in the present. And the second is to understand the responses of readers themselves. And as we are constantly rediscovering these two elements of a history of reading, texts on the one hand, readers and their responses on the other, are confusingly ambiguous and complex, as indeed is indicated by these episodes narrated in the diary of Charles Holbrook. Texts most certainly impose themselves on readers. Like Charles Holbrook weeping as he read Uncle Tom's Cabin, who among us has not been captured or swept away or possessed by something we have read? But on the other hand, who among us has not been suspicious of or found ourselves resisting texts that we encounter, a resistance summed up in the truism, the merits of which are demonstrated every day: don't believe everything you read. The history of reading is at once, therefore, a history of agency, that is, of readers as actors, choosing, appropriating, modifying, reworking in various ways, and of texts, and by texts I mean all kinds of texts, poems and novels and many other forms of printed work or written work, of texts or narrative structures that impose themselves on us, that constrain in some manner, that are freedom, that shape us in some deep sense. Both aspects, agency and constraint, are evident on the Galloway plantation in October 1852 as this remarkable novel made its way around this group of readers. Charles Holbrook, swept away by the power of this story of mothers, white and black, who lose their children to illness or to the social death that slavery causes as it splits families apart. A story in which the underlying plot contrasts an amoral world in which money and men have all the power and do cruel things to women, children, and slaves, as opposed to the moral power of women who resist this world of men and their amoral ways. And then there's still a deeper plot that Charles Holbrook surely was captured by as well, a world that God seems to have abandoned, the distant, uncaring God of the old New England theology that Harriet Beecher Stowe herself found so cold and unsatisfying, and then the redemptive action, not of churches and ministers, but of women and innocent children such as Eva, and of Christians such as Uncle Tom, who, like Christ, of whom he is a figure, or refigured as, who, like Christ, submits to suffering, even unto death, and in doing so, from her perspective, challenges and even triumphs over the forces of cruelty and amorality. Yet this, of course, is not the only way to read Uncle Tom's Cabin. Like Mr. and Mrs. Galloway, Southerners in the 1850s and even some Northerners were outraged by the novel and produced a rash of fictional responses. Aunt Phyllis's Cabin, or Uncle Robin in his cabin in Virginia and Tom without one in Boston. That's an effort to, maybe you already know this, that's an effort to subvert reverse the plot of Uncle Tom's Cabin and to suggest that wage slavery in the North was far crueler than the paternal, loving, domestic slave system in which the planters are the fathers and the planters' wives are the mothers and so forth and so on, to take the same domesticity idea and make it work for the South. Incidentally, an idea that is referred to in Uncle Tom's Cabin, where little Eva at one point says, astonishingly enough, when the question raises, is slavery moral or immoral, she says, well, slavery makes so many more around us to love. That's the domestic ideology transformed into a defense of slavery. I suspect, however, that Mrs. Galloway, who is clearly the one who detests the novel the most, was reacting to other threads in the novel, including, for example, the many examples, including the characters who are black women serving as mistresses of white men, and of white women who are lazy, indolent, and really, in some sense, anti-mothers. Much later, after the Second World War, certain African-American readers would join the Galloways in resisting this text, at a point where its theological framework of suffering women and slaves as stand-ins for Christ and of redemption occurring not by social revolution but by some longer arc of God's providence no longer made much sense. These readers refigured Uncle Tom not as an agent of salvation, but as someone who accommodated himself to a corrupt and amoral social system, and in doing so betrayed the possibilities for direct resistance. Uncle Tom, the way we use the term so often today. Still closer to our own days, feminist readers have resisted the idea and image of home as this remarkably harmonious and benevolent place that Stowe accepted and exalted as the proper place for woman. And feminist readers have also resisted Stowe's argument that the way for woman to overturn an amoral social system was through suffering and sacrifice in their own distinctive sphere. In these readings and rereadings, and I dare say misreadings of Uncle Tom's Cabin, lie the concrete particulars of a history of reading in America, a history that, as I have indicated, is structured around an ever-recurring tension between the power of texts to impose themselves on us, to enter into our very selfhood, and on the other, as in these examples that I have given, the power of readers to suspend belief, to accept or reject the logic of the text. There is therefore no simple answer to the question, how was such and such a book read in the past, or what does a particular text reading? The history of reading is a great field to work in because it is so remarkably open-ended as we attempt to do justice to the complexities both of texts and of the responses of those who read them. Thank you.
Thank you. Having been privileged to see the videos last night, I see this contribution to today's events as the meaning of reading in two past lives, or at least a segment of that. Books are the dreams we would most like to have, writes Victor Nell, author of Lost in a Book. Like dreams, he continues, they have the power to change consciousness, turning sadness to laughter and anxious introspection to the relaxed contemplation of some other time and place. Nell focuses here on reading as escape, a fitting concern for a book subtitled The Psychology of Reading for Pleasure. No mention of nightmares here. By examining the stories of reading of two women born under quite different circumstances in the late 19th century, I hope to show that reading not only changes consciousness, but by doing so can also change lives. M. Carey Thomas, later president of Bryn Mawr College, grew up in upper middle class privilege, tempered somewhat by the family's Quaker heritage, which in theory at least banned theater, music, and novels, though not, it should be noted, poetry. But Thomas had access to the world's great literature through a neighboring uncle and to more current fare at Baltimore's Mercantile Library. Reading was as necessary to her as breathing. On returning from an Adirondacks vacation in her early 20s, she headed for the local library where she read for 4 days straight. and the hours were like seconds. It was like treading on air. It is the purest happiness, the one thing which no man taketh from you. For Thomas, reading was also a vehicle for articulating and thereby intensifying ambition. The fact is, she proclaimed at 14, I don't care much for anything except dreaming about being grand and noble and famous, but that I can never be. But even then, she hoped to show that the woman who has fought all the battles of olden time over again, whilst reading the spirited pages of Homer, Virgil, Herodotus, been carried away by Carlyle, and mildly enchanted by Emerson, is not any less like what God really intended a woman to be than the trifling ballroom butterfly and ignorant doll baby which they admire. The passage reveals the possibilities for female heroism Thomas found in classic texts and demonstrates as well the reciprocal relationship between her reading and her ambition. For it concludes, my greatest ambition is to be an author, an essayist, an historian, to write hearty, earnest, true books that may do their part towards elevating the human race. The woman who could read herself into books might grow up to write them. Toward this end, Thomas engaged in a wide variety of literary activities from the ages of 13 and 15, and later, but these are the ones I'm going to discuss. In addition to starting a journal, she kept a commonplace book, a list of favorite poems, which I should have brought, and lists of books she had read or wanted to read. She also wrote poetry and short stories and sent one of each to Harper's. Both were rejected. She was 12, 13 at this time. Although Thomas was precocious, she claims to have learned to read by age 3, and she started Greek in her early teens. These pursuits were by no means unusual. Girls of her class were expected to cultivate literary self-consciousness. Like Thomas, they kept diaries, wrote and recited poetry, read aloud together, and aspired to authorship, then the most prestigious career available to a woman. When Thomas began her journal in 1870, at the age of 13, she did so in the persona of Jo March, the heroine of Little Women. Ain't going to be sentimental, no, not for Jo, not Joe. And I should explain, the first Joe is Jo March, and the second is a J-O-E, Joe. So she's saying that this is a female Joe that she's going to be like. Emulating a literary character was a common practice among young diarists as they attempted to establish their own personal and literary identities. Like Thomas, Jo was a tomboy, a bookworm, and eager to do something splendid. Most important, she was a successful author who was paid for her writing. Alcott's heroine appealed because as Jo, J-O, not Joe, J-O-E, she demonstrated that women could be writers and in other ways aspire. Years later, when Thomas was embarking on graduate study in Germany, a childhood friend who had joined her in adolescent role-playing, which centered around Little Women, reflected, somehow today I went back to those early days when our horizon was so limited, yet so full of light, and our path lay as plain before us. It all came of reading over Miss Alcott's books, now the quintessence of Philistinism, then a Bible. Doesn't thee remember when to turn out a Joe was the height of ambition? Little Women was only the beginning, of course. In early adolescence, Thomas also crossed gender boundaries, reading herself as a Carlylean hero, a man of letters hero. Later a devotee of the Romantic poets, Shelley especially, Thomas adopted a worldview and a mode of reading that fostered self-creation. In her early 20s, her ambitions were reinforced by members of a feminist reading circle who read and wrote and dreamed and schemed to advance the status of women together. Their later achievements included securing the admission of women to Johns Hopkins Medical School. Could I get some water? Thank you. A very different story is that of Rose Golub Cohen, who was born in the Russian Pale in 1880 and grew up in an old world tradition where reading and storytelling both centered on religion. Like other Jewish girls, she learned Yiddish, not Hebrew. The language of sacred texts was for men only. Neither her mother or father could write. Coming to the United States at the age of 12, As the oldest child, she went to work in a factory, foreclosing the possibility of further education. In her autobiography, Out of the Shadow, published in 1918, Cohen narrates her progress from marginal literacy in Yiddish to authorship in English, a change accompanied by an awakening self-consciousness. Unused to reading in the new land, she initially had to spell out the words of a neighbor's Yiddish book. Astonished that it was not about religion, but just a story, she became a regular customer at the soda water stand, borrowing books at 5 cents a copy. She read the volumes, mainly romances, to her mother and siblings. They transported her. And I live now in a wonderful world. She was alternately a beautiful countess living in a palace and a beggar's daughter singing in the street. Her encounter with David Copperfield in a Yiddish translation was of a different kind. Electrified by the title of the first chapter, I Am Born, and by the intimate first-person narrative, she was filled with a strange feeling of happiness. Someone was talking to me. I could almost hear the voice. Cohen had no doubt that this story was real, something she used to love to know, and she did not want to let it go. She and her family did not read another book for a week. Another volume, part letters, part diary, similarly appealed because of its intimate tone and precipitated her first hesitant efforts at authorship in the form of a diary. Though she had to rub out most of the first night's labor, one bold sentence remained. I hate the shop. I feel sick. I feel tired. I cannot see any meaning in life. By this time, Cohen's reading went beyond the stage of vicarious adventure. Books were now springboard for emotional communication. Reading the diary had triggered a desire to express herself in personal writing. Diary keeping and self-awareness were mutually reinforcing. The diary encouraged introspection, but the desire to keep one and her rejection at this time of an arranged marriage to an incompatible man, symbolized in Cohen's account by his lack of interest in reading, signaled an already heightened self-consciousness. Like many immigrants, Cohen learned English through a series of intermediaries, night schools, settlement houses, and libraries, although she encountered these only after she'd been in the States for 5 years. She finally learned to read English from the Bible during a 3-month stay at Presbyterian Hospital, but her achievement was problematic. The volume was a New Testament, and her reading in Gentile books enraged her father, who threw one of them out the window. These books came mainly from the Aguilar Free Library at the Educational Alliance, a Jewish settlement in New York, where she had gone first seeking a volume of Shakespeare. Unable to understand Julius Caesar, she requested an English book, Like for a Child, and was rewarded with Little Women, which seems to have been the iconic book for immigrants. As her skills improved, Cohen read widely, favoring Dickens, Longfellow's The Day is Done, and Olive Schreiner's Dreams, this last a series of allegories, which I think influenced her own writing style. Reading not to escape her situation, but to comprehend it, Cohen turned to Silas Marner which a friend recommended when there was trouble at home. It was so that I loved best to read, when I could see a connection between life and literature. Literature to me was as real as life. Literature was life. Many amusement that was within my reach I gave up to read. Reading offered solace that made her own situation easier to bear, elicited a sensibility that helped her understand it, and provided her with a language into which she could translate her own experience. What did she mean when she declared that literature was life? That she lived in books rather than amidst her impoverished surroundings? That literature made life bearable, that she could not live without it? Perhaps something of all of these. Out of the Shadow ends on an ambiguous note, with Cohen still laboring to write English. We know she succeeds because she has written her autobiography. It begins with the line, I was born in a Russian village, perhaps an unconscious echo of the passage in David Copperfield that had captivated her years before. Cohen went on to publish several short pieces. One, A Story of Russian Village Life, was selected as one of the best stories of 1922. As she described the process of creation, when the first pictures of the story came to her, she fell into weeping with the peasant mother. I was no longer building a story. I was living the life of my childhood over again. Perhaps the emotional intensity of the creative act helps to explain why the editor of the volume ranked Natalka's portion as one of the works that unite genuine substance and artistic form in a closely woven pattern with such sincerity that these stories may fairly claim a position in American literature. It was an extraordinary achievement for one who had struggled for literacy and who had learned English on her own in her late teens. It also, I think, is an interesting definition of what constitutes American literature, since these were Russian stories. In different ways, then, reading helped Thomas and Cone attain more self-assertive identities than were expected of women of their time and place. During adolescence, both moved on from reading and dreaming to trying to realize their dreams, in the first instance, by bringing them to light through the act of writing. I would argue, then, that reading, even pleasure reading, bears a more complex relationship to life than the one suggested earlier by Victor Nell. The imaginative space opened up by reading can, under the right circumstances, stimulate creativity and foster a reciprocal rather than a one-way relationship between books and lives.
Thank you. After seeing the videos last night, several of us were tempted just to throw out our remarks for today and to let those stand in all of their power. I guess I've been dissuaded from that move, but before I start my brief comments, I do want to just say that our idea, as John Cole already indicated, was to connect the Favorite Poem Project to some of the work that we are doing in the history of reading, to give the project a kind of historical context and also to indicate how much this project is going to mean for us as historians. This is exactly what we wish we had for readers in the past. I also want to thank all of the participants in today's symposium, many of whom I personally dragooned into being here. They have told me that they were delighted to be there last night, and also, of course, to carry on the conversation with you, but they already feel well paid by what we saw last evening. Well, I began to look into the history of poetry reading now quite a few years ago, and when I began that undertaking, I came across a comment that William Dean Howells, the novelist, but also at that time, this was 1902, the Howells was occupying the editor's easy chair at Harper's Magazine. And I came across a comment that he made after he polled his readers about whether or not they believed that the United States was in the midst of a slump in poetry. There was no denying, Howells acknowledged, that the Anglo-American lords of rhyme, as he called them, Longfellow, Whittier, Bryant, Tennyson, Wordsworth, had passed from the ranks of working poets. Some of the readers, Howells queried, bemoaned this demise of the Anglo-American lords of rhyme, and they felt that there was a slump in poetry. Others insisted that the genre was flourishing, but Howells himself made a crucial observation when he remarked, the really interesting and important thing to find out would be whether the love of poetry shares the apparent decline of poetry itself. Today, no one would argue that poetry is in a slump, quite the opposite. But in a sense, the Favorite Poem Project, after almost 100 years, gives Howells his answer. And that is because the Poet Laureate's inquiry has followed through on Howells's instinct to disconnect reading and writing. Those of us who have been working in the field of print culture have been attempting to construct a literary history that describes more than just a series of movements, Romanticism, realism, modernism, and so forth, and instead to separate, at least somewhat, the history of reading from the vicissitudes of production. In that way, we hope to recover the ideas and values of ordinary people and to understand how they have made sense of their experience. So I got into this myself a few years ago when it dawned on me that poetry was a genre that, because it was both intimate and public, at least gave us half a chance of recovering both what people read and how and why they read the text that they chose, and the way that the text gave them both agency and constrained them, as David Hall has remarked. I can remind you that in the period roughly from 1880 to 1950, Americans routinely encountered poems at school, in church, at family gatherings, at community events, and even, as it turns out, for some, in summer camp. I want to share with you this morning just a brief look at some of the lessons that I've learned by exploring poetry read at those sites. I've already hinted at the first lesson, but I want to make it clearer to you by giving you an example. None of us can talk, including Robert Pinsky himself. Thank you. Okay, this is an example from the autobiography of a man named Walter Locke, who became editor of the Dayton, Ohio Daily News in 1927, but who grew up in the 1890s. Locke developed eye problems after, as he put it, he delighted intemperately in books. He decided that the way out of this was through poetry and through memorizing Longfellow, Whitman, and later Sandburg and Millay. This memorization and then recitation of the poems to himself became what he called a way to carry on a life. But Locke described his pursuit of poetry in language that suggests the cultural tensions surrounding the genre. He was aware, in his words, that the age was choosing between poetry and speed, and it was not choosing poetry. And so he saw himself forging an alliance with the poets the world was passing by. In addition, he associated reading with addiction, intoxicant effects, and indulgence. So poetry was for Locke a guilty pleasure, a source of what he called his secret joy and shame. Now, most of us are not accustomed to thinking of reading Longfellow in the terms we usually reserve for sex. And so, this is a jarring remark, his secret joy and shame. But Locke's clandestine relationship to poetry is highly instructive, I think. First, it points out the inadequacy of depicting the early 20th century as simply the period when the beginnings of early modernism supplanted the schoolroom poets. Not only is Longfellow's work alive and well, but Locke, as he goes on as a reader, assimilates Carl Sandburg. This is very interesting. He assimilates Carl Sandburg, the poet of Smoke and Steel, to what he imagines was the simpler, slower life of the 19th century. So this is an instance of that kind of appropriation, or we might even say misreading, because of his own needs and predispositions. Furthermore, these eclectic texts survive in Locke's memory, giving them an ongoing life in culture long after he has put aside the printed page. There's another reader in the same period who talks about his secret shelf collection, the books that he really loved, even though he knew that he had to exhibit what he called an intelligent social self, and that to do that meant that he wouldn't talk about Longfellow's most sentimental poems or the battered old volume of Tennyson that he had on his secret shelf. That remark reveals not only this closet affection for verse, but also, incidentally, the practice of rereading older works, this battered old volume that he keeps coming back to. So these confessional accounts of these furtive poetry lovers thus illuminate for us how the history of reading can elude both conventional categories of literary scholarship, such as modernism, and customary measures of distribution, such as sales figures. The second lesson that I discovered is that sight matters. The setting in which readers are reading matters. Texts acquire values and functions as a consequence of those settings. Here I want to give you an example of the classrooms of progressive educators in the 1920s, those teachers who experimented with new ways of instructing their students. In one of those classrooms, we find that pupils are learning to approach Edna St. Vincent Millay's lyrics by striving for what one educator called apprehension, not comprehension. It doesn't seem to me those have to be mutually exclusive, but they were in this formulation. And so in that milieu, the progressive classroom, reading Millay became the occasion for submitting to feeling. We have this review that one student wrote after reading The Harp Weaver and other poems. It is cruel to review it. It is too lovely. Nothing can be said better than read it. Now, right. Actually, that's sort of akin to how some of us felt about speaking today. It is cruel for us to do this kind of analytical presentation. Nevertheless, for cultural historians who are inclined to regard the 1920s as an era of tough-mindedness, a sort of new modern sensibility, that comment is a telling counterexample. That's a very romantic approach to the text, to submit to the feelings of the text. And yet at roughly the same time, in the 20s, there is also the example of a Methodist minister who was given to incorporating poetry into his sermons, and he pronounced Millay's Renaissance an account of what he called a good old-fashioned religious conversion. Right. Thereby yoking her rebellious sexuality to conservative impulses, right, which also characterized the culture of the interwar period. That is, the conservative impulses are also there in the culture of the interwar period. Finally, for the journalist Margaret Parton, reading Millay, this is somewhat later, became a test of the relationship between father and daughter. In the early 1930s, while Parton was a student at Swarthmore College, she grew anxious that, in her words, she might let down her parents by failure. She wrote home, as she said, to prepare them for this possibility. And her father calmed her down with a letter that reveals how this family worked. He responded, "If, when I handed you that little Edna St. Vincent Millay poem, you had tossed off some flip crack or had been insensitive to its quaint Elizabethan charm, I would have flunked you in practical and applied aesthetics, and I would not have felt the serenity and assurance which now I give you my word I feel about you." She passed the test, and the poem certainly further strengthened the bond between Parton and her father, though it is clear that there was a great deal at stake in this reading. So at school, in church, at home, Millay's poetry, read according to different rules, served different psychological and cultural purposes, which I think were integral to readers' understandings of its meanings. Furthermore, and I hope this isn't too dismaying to the poets among us, sometimes the history of poetry reading reveals that the content of a poem matters far less than the act of reading it. Readers queried about their use of verse frequently report practices that we might call anesthetic. In the dentist's chair, on an airplane, and it doesn't really matter at that point so much what the text is. More subtly, in many circumstances of reading, the setting and the feelings that the reader brought to that setting overshadowed the poet's form and language. So here I'll give you just one example. This comes from a woman named Clara Holloway, who was a teenager growing up on the Iowa frontier in the 1880s, and who grew despondent because her future husband, Eddie Grossbeck, failed to show up for her 18th birthday party. And she was actually given to a self-blame. It's quite an interesting diary. But at any rate, a few days later, Addie made amends by coughing up a book of Wordsworth's poems. Clara found reading Wordsworth enjoyable, but of much more importance was the symbolism of receiving a book of verse from a boy of whose affections she was uncertain. She later actually married him. But as she remarked in what I take to be a wonderful 19th century expression, I shall prize it for the given's sake more than for anything else. If the historical record reveals that the sight of reading sometimes imparted to texts meanings we might call extraneous to their literary qualities, however, it is equally important to see that it also shows us how the same poems linked readers who occupied different social and economic circumstances. And here I am thinking not only of the Malay example, where it's safe to say that all of the readers I mentioned were middle class, but also of instances involving working class readers, such as the ones Barbara Sicherman has noted, and more affluent ones. With the development of a relatively standardized educational curriculum by around 1900, virtually everybody read Longfellow and Byron in school, and to associate such poems only with middle-class culture is to forget what one writer, a man named Rollo Walter Brown, recalled in his memoir about growing up in the clay mining country of Ohio. Brown discovered Byron and Longfellow in a cookbook his mother had borrowed, printed, that is, in the cookbook. And this fact, I think, underscores, for one thing, the multiple and pervasive forms that printed verse assumed in the early 20th century. Reading Byron over and over, he committed lines to memory until, in his words, I could drop back over my heels against a pile of clay and recite to myself with unvoiced eloquence these or any other poems I knew, and then sit up and rake the shovel across the gritty floor with pandemonium of approval. In that way, he transmuted his experience of work into an occasion when he said he could sort out the choice parts of a world that ran off everywhere from the face of the clay until a splash of roof somewhere reminded him, woke him up, that he was still in a clay mine. While Brown's poetry reading permitted him a vision of what we might call upward mobility, it does still seem to me a mistake to say that it was not part of working class life, especially since his approach to rereading is quite parallel to the way his father reads religious periodicals, which is to say that he reads them over and over half a dozen times. At the same time, Brown's class did not restrict his access to the same texts that his more affluent contemporaries were memorizing in other settings at the same time. So, to those lessons that poetry reading exhibited sustained, if sometimes hidden or clandestine, vitality, that sights mattered, that in some respects class did not, I just want to add a final lesson, a final point, and that is that for American readers, the figure of the poet has worn a variety of guises. The representation of the poet as seer and visionary has been and remains a powerful idea, but it has coexisted with more accessible images. In the correspondence of Carl Sandburg, one finds letters such as this one from a woman in Fort Worth, Texas, dated 1927. I am not a poet and do not want anything except to tell you how much I love you and how your poems have been a good influence in my life, which I hope to pass on to other lives. This is not a MASH note. You have spoken to me individually in the loneliness of my heart. You have spoken to me individually in the loneliness of my heart, and I have found in your sympathy understanding and encouragement to go on telling the story of my kind of people. No doubt the poets in attendance have sometimes wished for more remoteness, or at least for less mail. Certainly, the question of the poet's ideal role in a democratic society is complicated and controversial. But by bringing poet and public together today, this symposium and the project it celebrates embody what the historical record affirms, that poetry has been a vibrant, active presence in the lives of the American people. Thank you.
I'd like to make the brief observation that through these three wonderful speakers, we've had a terrific introduction to the field of the history of reading in many of its implications, and indeed this is going to be a good background for our discussions for the rest of the day and for our reflecting on the Favorite Poem Project and the archive that's being built, as Joan Rubin was saying. And I would like to thank Joan for her help in corralling, as she said, such a distinguished group of speakers, and this is what we're going to be able to look forward to for the rest of the day as well. Before I open it up for questions, I'd like to ask our panel if they have any questions or observations based on each other's comments.
Do you remember what the favorite poem is? I know.
Well, it's interesting, though, even the concept favorite poem, which, of course, Robert Pinsky has carried on so effectively, is an idea that comes from our past, and I'm sure those of you like myself who memorized a lot of poetry for different reasons when I was a child, when I did also have a list of favorite poems, which I have found my old anthology, one of my first ones, the Louis Untermeyer anthology, which in fact I discovered later. When I traveled, I actually I got a second copy of the paperback, and I actually clipped out some of the poems, and I took them with me in my guidebooks when I went to different places. So each of us, I think, will find as we go through today's discussion and observations that we can relate to this favorite poem concept in a different way. David, any thoughts?
I was saying, I read recently an essay by Mary McCarthy on the subject of Madame Bovary. It's built around a very eccentric, I think, but plausible idea about the book. It argues essentially that Madame Bovary is a novel about a woman who has been violated by books. It's a rather extraordinary idea, and I wonder whether in the history of reading in books that's being worked upon by scholars like yourselves, this aspect of the history of reading plays any part, any significant part, because it's rather interesting.
Thank you.
I can
Please, yes, it's on.
I can provide a 17th century example, and then others perhaps can add more recent ones. But in the 17th century, which is a century that I happen to spend a lot of time in, more time than I did in the 20th century. It was a very familiar trope, a very familiar concept that reading could lead one astray. And very often this is a gender trope, that is to say, it's women who are more easily led astray than men, although it does apply to both, but characteristically it is women. And John Winthrop, the first governor of Massachusetts, who kept an extraordinary diary journal, tells us the story of actually a high-born woman, Mrs. Ann Hopkins of Connecticut, who he says actually becomes mentally ill. That's, of course, again, a kind of misogynist reading of her, because she had read too much. So it's there are warning signs posted everywhere in the history of reading for what is good and what is bad, and of course one could just reflect on our own school system and so many other systems of which we're part, trying to parse for us. In its ways, like the internet debate, someone think what is good, what is bad, and trying to police or regulate or license in some fashion. License in the sense of regulating, not license in the sense of open-ended, what it's done. So that's one quick way of saying absolutely it's a charged field, and the history of reading is in part a history of efforts to regulate, and then a history of efforts to, of course, run around or get around those regulations.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, the notion of the power of the book is so striking, certainly throughout the 19th century and even today, but
fictional framework through which she sees things. So she's violated in some sense by her reading.
Other comments on this topic from anyone in the audience? Yes, sir.
My name is John Parham. I'm a reader. The thought just came to me. We are asking about the indictment of books, a lot of contribution books made to shaping lives. We seem to indict television very easily, which in another way is kind of reading made translated into visual medium. And I would appreciate your comments on that thought.
After seeing the videos last night, it's very hard for us. I don't know if you saw them last night, but it's very hard to deny the visual translation because they were so wonderful and they will be shown on television. So, and I guess I certainly share the dismay that many people feel when we see kids who are not reading and we think that they're putting their energies into computer games and TV. But I'm cautious enough as a historian and as somebody who knows a little bit about the concerns when radio came along. Was this going to make people stop reading? I'm cautious enough that I want to say we can't just assume that just because we have this powerful medium that it's having a sweeping detrimental effect. And we know that there's some good consequences that it can have. I'm not sure what your own views are.
Joni, let me say a word on this because, in a way, I'll give you the official Center for the Book position because the Center for the Book was created 22 years ago to stimulate public interest in books, reading, and libraries. And it was created by Daniel Boorstin, who was with us last night at the showing. But in the very beginning, Dr. Boorstin said, we must use the new technologies to promote reading. And in fact, the one that we should be using is television. And it's not the enemy, it's the way you entice people into the world of books. And you must make certain that while we recognize that if people are watching television, they're not reading, nonetheless, through a project called Read More About It that we started 20 years ago with CBS Television, we have used television to introduce people to the world of books. And the notion, as Joan has indicated, is to use all media, which includes radio and television, and now the computer, to open up this world of books and to look for ways that we can work in common rather than viewing new technology as any kind of an enemy. So we joined the enemy right away with some television projects, and to this day have used technology in kind of this cautious way. But again, if what you saw last night with those wonderful films about reading and about the experience, in fact, of literature, again, I would submit that this is a wonderful enticement into the world of books. At least that's how we prefer to view it, and always working to find new opportunities for partnership kinds of programs in promoting reading. Go ahead, please, Barbara.
I think it's interesting that probably the most influential figure in reading these days is a television figure. Oprah's reading, I mean, when she sells, what, 750,000 copies of each of those books. So, I mean, that's pretty interesting.
Yes, sir.
I'm Paul Breslin.
Hi, Paul.
Panel, so chance to talk. My question is for you, Barbara. I was quite struck in the story of Ms. Cohen by her learning English by reading the New Testament and her father becoming furious. And it resonates with a great deal of what I've been reading in my studies of post-colonial literatures about the way people feel. You know, Ngugi wa Thiong'o saying, I don't want to write in Gikuyu, I've had it with writing in English. Was there any sense in any materials you've examined by her of resentment or a sense of tension and capitulation to the Gentiles, to the other culture, or just a sense of gratitude and empowerment in learning English? English, which is, I mean, Derek Walcott, for instance, feels that way about the English language, that it's not tainted with the colonialism that accompanied it, but there have been other kinds of responses. So I'm interested in anything you may have recovered.
Rose columns.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was probably difficult for her, but I think she really, I found with the Jewish women I read, and much of the material is from autobiography, so it's well respected, that because they were denied the sort of main literacy of their own culture in terms of not learning Hebrew, they on the one hand appreciated the value of literacy, and so they really welcomed, they really went more than any other group of women to night schools here and tried to learn English, so that in many ways some of the early generation, I think, took to it rather wholeheartedly. At least the ones that I've read who, these are writers in English because of my own limitations. So in her case, I know it was difficult for her, but I don't see her feeling it was the enemy.
I was going to ask Jerry Ward first. Did you have a question on this, Jerry, or your hand was up, and then I'll come to you, sir. Yeah.
But after Paul's question, I forgot what it was. I'm Jerry Ward from Chisholm College. My question for the panelists was really a rather general one about how your research was informing you about the history of literacy, which is a very complicated history when you remind us, and as the wonderful videos did last night, that people are crossing all kinds of artificial boundaries that we set up now in terms of race, gender, class, in order to access poetry and embrace it, make it part of their lives. And I think this has been going on for a very long time, but just what are you discovering about how this has informed American literacy through the way we read?
David, take
Well, I appreciate the question. It's an excellent question. Very, very often, we in this audience, and those of us who are historians working out of the present, start with a very limited notion of literacy, namely it's the capacity to read a printed text, which is the way it's fundamentally taught in our schools. But when we turn back to the past, or stimulated by the past, we think about the present moment, we realize that we absorb texts, we learn texts through an oral and performative context all the time. Hymn singing would be a great example, where I grew up in a hymn singing church, and although I've lost some of the capacity to sing those hymns, I'm not going to break out into one right now. Nonetheless, it's a pure example of where persons who might be described in a census record in 1800 or 1810 or 1840 as illiterate, nonetheless could command a remarkable repertory of texts. And there, those texts do cross every line, class, race, gender. Camp meeting songs in the South, camp meetings were attended, there were interracial events. I mean, the slaves were free, blacks were often kept apart in some manner, but nonetheless they were interracial events. Pure example of this. So we need to work with a much more fluid notion of literacy in order to recognize how deeply we are influenced, and people in past times even more so than today, although still we today, by the performative and oral aspects of literacy, the making of literacy. I think of people who can sing. I once knew someone who claimed to be able to sing 5,000 pop songs. I can't sing one, but I can't remember one, but that's another example of a kind of astonishing literacy that is not part of a school curriculum, but nonetheless is an empowerment. It's a form of empowerment, very direct empowerment.
Barbara, go ahead.
Well, if you've done some work on post-Reconstruction African Americans going to school, I mean, it's very moving to see older people, younger people, and just the reversal in the way of children teaching their parents. it's a very different version, and the importance of that for people is very striking, I think, if you look at those records.
Sir, the gentleman behind Jerry, yes.
My name is Robert Geyer, I'm a poet. My question perhaps is better addressed to Ms. Rubin, but any of you are able to answer. My question is on the delivery of poetry. You mentioned that that was extremely important, and my question is it a tend towards dramatic presentation or theatrical presentation versus the more academic presentation, if you will? And if any comment that you might have about that, whether it's poetry or fiction or nonfiction, I'd be interested to know.
I think that probably hear a bit more about this in the next session, which I hope is going to talk about oral performance. But I would simply say that it varies tremendously. I mean, read accounts, first of all, even just within the school setting of different ways of reading. One of the practices in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was to have poetry recitation on Friday afternoons. And in small towns, parents would sometimes come to the school and hear these. And these, I gather, were rather formal deliveries, but also this was a different rhythm, so to speak, for the week. And so there was more of an atmosphere of fun. It was looser. And at the same time, I'm sure people wanted to get out of there on a Friday afternoon. And then it's also an occasion for children to impress their parents, and in some instances, really to secure their love or at least their approval. And then by the same token, we see this kind of implicit education context in which some of the students are really replicating Malay's own behavior as she would sweep on the stage with her scarves, her trailing gowns and so on, and this kind of romantic aura. I've looked at readings in church, which is to say in non-denominational services where the service is not constrained by a fixed liturgy, and poetry has been interpolated into that context. And there, I would say the practice of a group reciting a poem in unison lends kind of weight and authority to the text, so much so that it really it makes everything sound good in a way. It sort of confounds the hierarchy that literary scholars have imposed on text. So I mean, I'm thinking in particular the popular poet Edgar Guest, whose lines were in newspapers and magazines for decades in the first half of the 20th century. And when an Edgar Guest poem is recited by the congregation, it has sounds sort of has this kind of eloquence and authority that certainly a modernist or literary critic would never have accorded it. So I think it varies very much. And again, I've been fascinated to look at the contribution of the setting or the site in this process.
Other questions? Yes, in the back. I'll come to you next.
One of the things that has come forward with this favorite poem project has been, I think we were all struck last night in the videos about the poems were not just maybe are not some kind of consumer text, you kind of go through one text after another, but it was people returning over and over to a single text and sometimes memorizing it. And it was mentioned on the panel today that this kind of return to a single text was a kind of religious model of reading and reading practices. And I was wondering if the panel might address this idea of poems or texts as the kind of relationship of returning to the same text.
Thank you. The question relates to the tendency to return to the same text again, and how the panel members feel about that. David?
Actually, I have to let Joni answer the question.
Okay.
Well, I went to David because one of the sort of ideas floating around the history of the book for a while was a distinction between intensive and extensive reading. And the notion here was that when there wasn't a lot of print around, that people read the same thing over and over, and also these were in the American context, these were religious artifacts, religious documents. And then more recently, people like David, you should really say how you know have come to see that this is an oversimplification, and what you're alluding to here, and what we've been talking about, is a really good example of that. That people do read both intensively and extensively at the same time, depending on what it is that they're reading. And I guess also it's worth pointing out that the recitation of a poem itself echoes the memorization of lines from the Bible and reciting in Sunday school. So there are these models for doing this that precede and coexist with reciting poetry in a more secular way.
I would just add one thing. I think that's what's interesting to watch from the point of view of a historian of reading is how devotional practice linked to texts that might be considered sacred, such as the Psalms or what have you, that the sacred becomes an elastic and an expansive category, can be transposed to other kinds of texts. So, of course, to say the 19th, early 20th century, many of the examples have been given by Barbara and Joan have really demonstrated that, how this is a wonderfully elastic category, and other things take on this quality for us, not just things that are strictly speaking religious. So it's really a kind of, it may be rooted in religion, or it may have once been rooted in religion, but later on it became something that could be transposed or appropriated by writers who could say, or by readers working in very different ways.
Thank you. Would you have a question? Yes, would you come to the mic, please? Thanks. Oops.
My name is Deborah Snyder. I'm a poet, and I live in Stafford, Virginia. And I'd like to preface my question with an observation.
I'm fine, surely.
This past St. Patrick's Day, National Public Radio broadcast a little excerpt of Yeats's Byzantium. And what I was really concerned about, I was driving in my car at the time, so I couldn't pull over. But I was really concerned because when it was first broadcast on the radio, the famous line, "That is no country for old men," they told Yeats that had to be changed for the radio. And I was just devastated when I heard that.
That he did it, right?
They actually changed the first line so that it would be read on the radio when it was first read on the radio. And also what I do sometimes is go online, and there is now Poem Finder where there are some 500,000 poems. I have one of them in there, by the way. 500,000 poems, and more are coming, we're told, with delight.
As you can see from your program, this segment of our day-long discussion is on poetry and voice. We have one slight impediment, and that is I think our poet laureate has no voice. And I hope he doesn't try to do too much and strain it, but one way or another he will communicate. So we'll just plunge ahead, and for the same reasons that John Cole mentioned, the brief bios are on your program. I will not rehearse them. The eye is quicker than the voice. And let's just head right in with Kenneth Camille, whose from Iowa, which of course has a long and distinguished tradition in poetry workshop. Many of our finest poets have come out of that experience. I don't know whether you want to talk from here or there, but all right.
The Iowa Poetry Workshop, of which I have absolutely no connection. I teach history. I don't teach poetry. I don't teach much poetry at all in what I do for a living. In point of fact, my connection with poetry is probably a lot closer to the people that we saw in the videos last night than most university types that you'd think of who'd be up here talking about poetry. Poetry was extraordinarily important in my life when I would say roughly from age 13 to age 17, when I thought I was going to be a poet, when I thought I was going to be, Robert Pinsky. But in fact, my life's taken a different turn, a downward spiral, and I teach history instead. And there was a point for several decades where poetry was not particularly important in my life at all. And there's become a point in the past few years where poetry has come back. But poetry is something that I read by myself, that I read unprofessionally, that I love to read unprofessionally, but matters a lot to me. So, why am I here? I'm here because Joan Rubin corralled me to be here, and because I've written on eloquence and oratory in the 19th and early 20th century before. And today I'm going to talk something which actually turns out to be a little bit of history and a little bit of me. And the history is probably half right and the me is probably uninteresting to most people, but I've got 15 minutes and you're going to be listening to it. I'd like to start out with a few facts. I teach, as I said, I teach history. I have 30-some colleagues. I talked to about 6 colleagues about coming here to do this. I was extraordinarily excited about coming here and doing this. And so I was actually flattered when Joan asked me to do this. And as I say, I was very flattered. And I thought last night was spectacular. Last night was just a grand experience for me personally. However, I talked to about 6 people in my department, teach history at a university, PhDs, 21st century, and not one that I talked to could figure out what the hell I was doing here, could figure out why a historian would talk about poetry, and it was clear that none of them really read poetry or thought about poetry themselves. I state that to start out by just saying and reminding people, not everybody reads poems. Not everybody who's educated, who's considered educated, reads poems or likes poems or cares about poems. And some do, but many don't. And in a setting like this, I suppose it's important to remember both sides of the story. Contrast this, I would say, with the mid-19th century, where Walt Whitman could actually dream of a poet chanting a nation's soul into being, where the poet could be conceived of as, I'm sure I'm getting this wrong, the unacknowledged legislator of mankind. What's the real for of the world, the unacknowledged legislator of the world, that a president like Lincoln could greet visitors on occasion, as he did, with a poem, that by the time you went through the 6th McGuffey reader, you had read some Milton, Burns, Longfellow, Pope, Williams Cullen Bryant, and Shakespeare, among others. I don't want to overplay this, and I don't want to romanticize the Romantics, but it was assuredly a case that poetry held a different place in the world then than it does today. Now, what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is give you, as a historian, what I think are a few of the major pillars in that history. And to keep it short, I'm going to try to make 3 basic points and leave it at that. Poetry has to jostle with all kinds of new culture between 1890 and 1940. And as Joan has pointed out in her paper, poetry lives on, and I want to talk about poetry living on, but living on in a different cultural space. So this is related to new forms of sound which appear in the early 20th century, point number one. Point number two is that poetry starts to think about itself differently, shifts in purpose from a more public, civic to a more personal form of expression. It injects a form of expression that injects wonder, imagination, reflection as a counterweight to mass culture. It is a quieter voice in the culture. And third, I want to briefly talk about, from my personal perspective, leave aside the history, the dangers and benefits of this shift. Point number one, between 1890 and 1940, sound culture undergoes major shifts which affect the place of poetry. First, the popular music industry explodes. We've always had popular music, and there's always been music, but there is just a dramatic explosion in the whole music industry beginning in the 1890s. Tin Pan Alley starts in 1890s. Mechanically reproduced sound starts in 1890s. The player piano goes on the market in 1898. Records, which were around for a while, really take off in the teens. The radio's there in the 20s. The jukebox is there in the 20s and 30s. Poetry is a mix of cadence and words. Music is a mix of cadence, words often, and melody, and harmony. There are whole ranges of ways that these pieces interact, but music is not the same exactly as poetry. And always in music, words are diminished in at least some small measure because some part of the response, some part of the oral response is devoted to the melody, the harmony, the beat. Cadence too, actually, while there's flexibility in both mediums, cadence too has less flexibility in music, rhythm, than in poetry, where you can really dramatically change the reading of a poem by just deciding you're going to stop, pause, and make a point. You can do this at times with music, but especially in ensemble music and live ensemble music, the flexibility is less. To the extent that popular music becomes so important in the culture, it pushes poetry and the form of poetic expression to a different place. If music's one thing and the popular music industry is one thing that changes, a second thing that changes in those periods is different attitudes towards words and performance. One is the rise in a dramatic way of the plain style of prose. Rhetoric falls off the map between 1880 and 1930. It was the most important way that people initially learned some talk about poetry in the mid-19th century was through rhetorics and rhetoric classes in high schools as well as in college. As rhetorics fade, as formal rhetoric fades, what takes its place, literally takes its place in the late 19th and early 20th century, the rhetoric class, is freshman composition. And freshman composition becomes ruthlessly devoted to straightforward, plain, solid, clear, unaffected English prose. Strunk and White's Elements of Style, for instance, I can't think of a book more ruthlessly devoted to the plain style. It is originally published by Strunk alone in 1919 as one of the end of the first wave of these freshman composition books, which are meant to replace older rhetorics. If the plain style becomes one thing that becomes a new norm, the second is conversation, or a conversational style of public performance. If rhetoric falls off the map, oratory, formal oratory, falls off the map as well. Oratory was a sister art to poetry. It was about words and rhythm, words and cadence. By the 1920s, people like H.L. Mencken and Walter Lippmann are making fun of formal rhetoric. By the 1920s, Dale Carnegie, whose famous How to Win Friends and Influence People, which is published in 36, I believe. But by the 1920s, he is already making a fortune teaching people how to speak in the new way. And he keeps saying,
Don't be affected, don't be formal, don't be rhetorical, be conversational. Even in music, the new conversational style appeared with crooning. Males had to project before the microphone. Males had to project, and they had to, and it led to a more formal sounding song style. Crooning allowed people to be relaxed and conversational in the 1920s and 30s, someone like Rudy Vallee or Bing Crosby. And finally, of course, the person who masters the new conversational style of public communication is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, whose fireside chats have nothing to do with the formal oratory, but are meant through the radio to convey the impression that here is someone conversing with you in your living room. Poetry can respond and certainly you can think of William Carlos Williams as one example. But to the extent that poetry consists of charged words, and where the delight comes from language centrally, then the conversational and the plain style also place poetry someplace outside where the mainstream of public communication was heading. Poetry then becomes, as Joan talks about, a secret pleasure, a guilty pleasure for people by the 1920s. By the late 1920s, Edmund Wilson is making this point. In his Is Verse a Dying Technique, Wilson says basically, yes, it's dying. And in this essay, he pointed to both music and prose as displacing poetry. Don't trust the talk about the different schools of poetry. Don't let that get in the way, Wilson said. Quote, the important thing is to recognize, it seems to me, is that the literary technique of verse, which was once meant to serve many purposes, now we, as a rule, use prose. Wilson basically thought that prose was replacing poetry, and he thought, quote, that prose was equal to the task. Wilson basically had a tin ear for poetry. He was not good on poetry, and he was not concerned that he thought that verse was a dying technique. Yet, as we've seen today, as we've seen in the videos yesterday, as you all know very well from your life experience more than me, as my life experience says, Wilson was wrong. Verse wasn't a dying technique. And this leads to point number 2, poetry's role shifts. Consider the contrast with oratory. By 1930, oratory is gone. No one's studying it, no one's thinking about it. In 1880, both poetry and oratory were listed in most conventional lists of fine arts. They were fine arts. By 1930, oratory is a distant remain, and poetry continues to be one of the fine arts. In 1942, another essay on poetry was delivered, Wallace Stevens' The Noble Writer and the Sound of Words. Stevens saw, as much as Wilson, the triumph of the real. He knew that the modern poet, quote, cannot be too noble a writer, that he cannot rise up loftily in helmet and armor or a horse of imposing bronze. Yet he still, unlike Wilson, he still thought that poetry had a place. Poetry was the fruitful mediation between imagination and reality, and imagination itself gave nobility to the real for Stevens. It was contemplation. It was a way, he says in this article, to step outside mass culture. And he says it was not social, but personal. He makes this point several times, and he makes it firmly. The poet's role, in short, he says, is to help people to live their lives. In that same paragraph, he says, I might be expected to speak of the social, that is to say the sociological or the political, those political obligations of the poet, but, Stevens says, quote, he has none. Stevenson's essay I'd like to make 2 quick points about. One is, in some way, it's suggesting recognizing a shifting place for poetry in the culture. That is, poetry is not the real legislature for humanity, for mankind, for whatever it is, for the universe. I always forget, but poetry is...
The unacknowledged legislators of the world, the end of Shelley's defense.
Yes. So as the unacknowledged legislators of the world, in some way he recognizes that it's not going to be the unacknowledged legislator of the world, and that if it's not having the sort of dramatic civic force that Shelley imagined, that it still had a strong place in the culture. So that's point number one. And point number two is that his role was personal, that poetry becomes a form of wonder, a reflection on ourselves and condition. It is a moment of quiet in a loud mass culture. And this, as I watched the spectacular videos last night, which actually confirmed my own thoroughly unprofessional contact with poetry in the past few years, is what I saw most of the reciters doing. Whether it was people reflecting and thinking about suicides in the South Boston, about being a gay African-American male in Atlanta, I believe, whether it was having a daughter dying of cancer, or whether it was simply a meditation on a slug, these were people who were talking about, reflecting about their condition, who were trying to bring some expression to the wonders of life. These were people where words worked like a clearing in the forest, where light can peer down, allowing us to see what might have always been there but hidden from us. This was poetry as a sort of uncovering. This is a personal, quieter form of poetry, a sort of wonder and reflection. If you think about it this way, then Emily Dickinson becomes the paradigmatic first modern poetry. Now, if this is where we sit with Stevens in the 1940s, I want to briefly mention for 1 second the benefits and dangers. And the benefits are, this is a moment of quiet in a loud culture. And I like loud cultures. I think loud cultures are fun. As one of my favorite poets and great moralists of our time, the Cat in Hat, says, these things are fun and fun is good. I like the internet, I like music, I like it all. I like my kids when they like it. But at the same time, I must say that I come back to poetry because it is a moment of quiet for me in a rather loud culture. But the danger is that it can become, is the same thing, the quietness, that it can become too quiet, too personal. I do not like Archibald MacLeish's lines that a poem should be palpable and mute as a globed fruit. I have mixed feelings about Stevens's Of Modern Poetry, which in some ways is a wonderful introduction to 20th century poetry. But when Stevens speaks of, quote, the poem of the act of the mind, or of words speaking, quote, in the delicatest ear of the mind, or when he speaks of the invisible audience listening, it seems too self-contained and a little bit too quiet. Poetry is sound, as Stevens knew, but did not always adequately express, to my opinion. Too quiet, too personal. If you look at the last 10, 15 years, and if you think of two things that strike me as important in the public culture of poetry, one being the Poetry Slam movement, and the second being this sort of affair, and the work that Robert Pinsky has done, both of those things, it strikes me, are trying to say we can't let poetry be too private, we can't let poetry be too personal, it has to be a blend. Stevens was close, but he didn't entirely get it right. You have to have a mix, lest it become too private, too personal, lest there become too many people like my 6 colleagues who've never read a poem. Thanks.
We move on now to Paul Breslin, but I'd just like to take a moment. This is from the Idea of Order at Key West, the opening stanza. She sang beyond the genius of the sea, the water never formed to mind or voice, like a body, holy body, fluttering its empty sleeves, and yet its mimic motion made constant cry, caused constantly a cry that was not ours, although we understood, inhuman, of the veritable ocean. Stevens knew public as well. Okay, Paul's on.
I was encouraged not to write a formal talk, so I didn't. What I'm going to give you is, first of all, a kind of quick jumping tour of a longer essay that I've written called The Sign of Democracy and the Terms of Poetry. That's going to include, the sections I'm going to deal with include an analysis of a poem that appeared in Dear Abby and my experience as a participant observer at the Uptown Poetry Slam in Chicago. Then I want to talk a little bit about the perspectives on these things that I've gained by working for the last several years on a book about Derek Walcott and spending time with West Indian literature and culture, and on the extraordinary perspective provided by what we saw last night, the various people presenting their favorite poems from the Favorite Poem Project. And I think what I have to say segues very nicely from what Ken was saying. It's sort of about the distinction between poetry as public performance and poetry. I think it was Joan in the first panel who quoted someone who wrote a letter to Carl Sandburg saying, "You've spoken to me in the loneliness of my heart." That sense of poetry is something that happens quietly, apart from collectivity, and poetry that also is a public performance and speaks to everybody. One of the classic sources on this is T.S. Eliot's essay, The Three Voices of Poetry, in which he distinguishes three. The poem that is addressed to the whole community or collective, something like Virgil's Aeneid, Homer's Iliad, telling a story that everyone listening knows, that defines in some way the collective identity of the group. The second is poems addressed to a smaller, more intimate audience, perhaps one person or a few particular people. And then the third kind seems to be the voice of inner thought overheard, as if the poet is aware of speaking to no one. And these things will be on my mind as I proceed. Well, to take up the essay, I got the title, The Sign of Democracy and the Terms of Poetry, from two lines in Whitman's Song of Myself, which keeps coming up at these meetings as a kind of central founding text in American poetry. Whitman writes, "I speak the password primeval, I give the sign of democracy. By God, I will accept nothing which all cannot have their counterpart of on the same terms." These words appear in the 1855 edition and remain, apart from minor changes, unaltered in the deathbed edition of 1891 to 92. They are core Whitman. So I ask, can an American concerned with poetry read them unmoved? Can an American with any brains read them uncritically? What if some things worth having cannot be had on the same terms by all people? Whitman seems worried enough by that possibility to include the translation term counterpart of. But what in poetry is an acceptable counterpart, and where does counterpart end and impoverishment begin? Can poetry adapt its terms to the demands of all and remain poetry? And who defines the terms of poetry anyway? Are the verse homilies printed occasionally in Ann Landers and Dear Abby poetry? And I guess my first example was to try to deal with that. So I have a little section in this essay called Poetry and Self-Flattery, which sort of is my attempt to understand what I'm looking for and what I'm not looking for in a poem. So I tried the experiment of trying to put down my preconceptions, which I imagine are shared by most people in the room, and try to think what it would mean to become the ideal reader of one of those poems in Ann Landers or Dear Abby. So, I point out that the poem I chose, which is from a couple of years ago, may be kind of like shooting fish in a barrel for an audience like this, but the point of the exercise is to be as articulate as possible about why I can't take this poem seriously, and to try to think about what it would mean to be able to do so. So here's the poem, complete with the prose that framed it in Ann Landers. Dear Ann Landers, I found this verse in a column of yours in my father's desk drawer. It was in a date book from 1974. It's as good today as it was 23 years ago. Can't argue with that. Please rerun it. Dixie. Dear Dixie, I agree. Thank you for asking. Here it is. And the poem is called Forget It by Judd Mortimer Lewis. If you see a tall fellow ahead of the crowd, a leader of men marching fearless and proud, and you know of a tale whose mere telling aloud would cause his proud head in anguish be bowed, it's a pretty good plan to forget it. If you know of a skeleton hidden away in a closet and guarded and kept from the day in the dark, and whose showing, whose sudden display would cause grief and sorrow and pain and dismay, it's a pretty good plan to forget it. If you know of a tale that will darken the joy of a man or a woman, a girl or a boy, that will wipe out a smile or the least bit annoy a fellow or cause any gladness to cloy, it's a pretty good plan to forget it. So, here's a poem someone says is as good today as it was 23 years ago, valued by father and daughter across generational lines. It passes Samuel Johnson's test of pleasing many, or three at least, and pleasing long. So what is it pleased by? Well, it has this kind of insistent anapestic tetrameter meter, and it's got a trimeter line that functions as a refrain. It sounds singable. It's instantly recognizable as verse, not prose chopped into lines. Each stanza has 4 consecutive rhymes, and the refrain provides relief not only by varying the meter, but by breaking the pattern of rhyme at predictable intervals. The refrain functions as a punchline, reversing the temptations to indiscretion in the previous 4 lines. Well, no poet I know would be caught dead owning up to a poem like that, but if you think back to the 19th century, when famous poets had 3 names like Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, John Greenleaf Whittier, or Judd Mortimer Lewis, the author of this one, highbrow poems might still have much in common with this piece. Of course, they'd be more gracefully written with fewer redundancies and clumsy enjambments, but they would rhyme and lilt and point a moral. I mean, if you know the once beloved recitation piece, The Village Blacksmith by Longfellow, it's got closing stanzas in praise of earnest, humble industry. And yet this poem is written by the first Harvard professor of modern languages, an able translator of Dante, an up-to-date literary intellectual of his time. So, as has already been remarked this morning, the conventions of popular and what I'll call professional or quote-unquote highbrow verse have sort of drifted apart in the years between Professor Longfellow and Mr. Lewis. And then I start thinking about what you'd have to not care much about in order to like that poem. There's no progression because each case is parallel to the last, and it's full of appositive rephrasings of the same idea and little paratactic add-ons. So in order to like Forget It, you have to want a poem that develops a helpful maxim in a clear, unmistakable way, rather than a poem that questions its own statements or leaves them to implication. You can't value economy of means too highly, or you'll find yourself asking why, and then I have a bunch of questions about why all these things have to be in there. But the moral shallowness of Forget It, and here's where I'm getting to my point about the poetry of self-flattery. The moral shallowness of Forget It bothers me even more than its prefab diction and lazy versification. To show what I mean, I tack on a stanza, still doggerel of course, that would have made a difference. But suppose the young fellow, whose head is so proud, rides by night with the clan, though he's never avowed the connection, and afterwards going home plowed starts beating his children until they are cowed. Speak up, or you'll live to regret it. Or, to spell it out, tact is a virtue, but it's not the highest virtue, and there are times when other responsibilities outweigh its claims. So, I guess what bothers me most about that poem is it thinks it knows who we are. It thinks it knows what we think and what we ought to think before we begin reading it. And what it can offer us is a kind of pat on the back and tell us to keep on being whoever we were before we started reading it. And then I go on and say it'd be nice to think that when you pick up a reputable literary journal that all of this thing is far behind you and we enter a different order of discourse. But apart from the undeniably much higher level of pure literary skill that one encounters there, I found that there are poems in, I won't mention names, but, say, magazines that I've published in and been proud to publish in that nonetheless strike me as having something in common with the poem that I just read you. There's one, it could have been any of a number, but there's a poem by Robin Becker called Why We Fear the Amish that was in American Poetry Review, and it has lines like, because they smell us in fellowship with the dead works of darkness and technology. And at the end it says, we know their frugality and our corpulence. We know their sacrifice for the group and our love for the individual. Our gods are cross-dressers, nerds, beach bums, and poets. They know it. By their pure talk and practice do they eye us from their carts. Well, it's pretty good in a way. But that self-indicting placement of poets at the end of the list of our gods is kind of a giveaway of something that bothers me a little bit. I think that it sort of identifies its ideal reader as a poetry person, someone who might be contributing to this journal, or at least a regular reader of it, and that's the we. And that we is supposed to have certain attitudes known in advance. And that, I guess, is what troubles me about that kind of poem. Well, I'm skipping over a good deal. I think I will go to the second part of what I have to say, which is to give you a report on my trip to the Uptown Poetry Slam, equipped with a questionnaire. I got 61 of them back from people in the bar. And I hadn't planned to participate in the slam when I went, but it was a slow night, and to avoid things being too boring, I decided to enter at the last minute, and ended up winning by 1/10 of a point, which is a very dubious honor since there were only 3 of us. I recall from my youthful obsession with baseball that the lowest league-leading batting average in Major League history was .306, so I think this was sort of like that year. All right, a night at the slams. Attempting to gather less impressionistic evidence about audiences for poetry than appears to exist at present, and this was written a year ago, got some very interesting evidence last night, which I'll come to in a couple of minutes, but I decided to write this questionnaire and pass it out at the slam. So when only one person had signed up for the slam that night, Mark Smith, the host, proposed that that person read against himself. And for various reasons, I had my poetry manuscript as well as the questionnaires with me. I was polishing it up at that point. So I volunteered, and somebody else volunteered. And so 3 judges were appointed at random from the audience. Some of you may know the drill at poetry slams, but I assume that, how many of you have been to one? Maybe 25, 30% of the people in the room. Well, they got 3 judges at random from the audience who were asked to introduce themselves. One was a teacher. One worked for Dow Chemical and took no end of crap for that. I mean, and then there was one who was sort of in the arts, but not in the literary arts. And Smith's role as MC seems to be kind of heckling participants. So each judge was asked to hold up a score from 0 to 10 after each poem, so it's like Olympic skating or diving events in this respect. The 3 scores were then averaged, and the contestant with the lowest score was dropped. The 2 survivors read another poem, and whoever got the higher composite score would win. Smith sort of, shall we say, Mirandized the audience. He read it its rights and prerogatives. So if listeners thought a poem was dragging, they could come like this. If it rhymed too predictably, they were invited to shout out the rhyme word along with the poet. And any content judged to be sexist was fair game for the feminist hiss. So there were 2 other contestants, one of whom was a young woman who had signed up at the very last second. And she didn't seem used to reading in public. She was nervous. And her delivery of her poem, I think, was what caused her to lose in the first round. The guy who gave me a run for my money had participated in a slam scene for people under 25 in North Carolina and was an experienced veteran. His first poem was a diatribe against his poetry teacher, delivered from memory with much dramatic flair. The student, it seems, had wanted to write an erotic poem about women's legs, but, and I quote from memory, "My PC teacher said you are objectifying women, and I said you are objectifying poetry." The instructor wanted analysis of poetry, but the student thought or felt that poetry was all about emotion. Toward the end of the poem, the poet faced the audience and shouted, "Feel, feel, feel, legs, legs, legs." There was no feminist hiss, and the poem got the warmest audience response of the evening. And as I recall, the highest score. I came in second and survived to the next round. Mark Smith gave me almost as much flack about being a professor as the chemist judge got about his job with Dow. As my young opponent finished, I sat in the front row waiting my turn, and I closed my eyes to concentrate. Smith said, "The professor's nervous now. He's doing his yoga. He's been reading too much Gary Snyder." Determined to take it in good humor, I replied, "You could do worse." And then it was time to read, and I chose a political poem called The Scale, published in Tri-Quarterly some years back. And I think, shall I read it to you? Yeah, why not? This is my 15 minutes of fame. The Scale. And I read it about this way. It wasn't this kind of highly choreographed reading. The man doing life with no chance of parole, watching the walls grow visible in the first light, thinks how all over the city men wake up beside women. Even the losers get lucky sometimes, but nobody gets lucky here, where they put you to make sure you have no pleasure and miss it constantly. The guilt that had seemed almost nothing inside him, they had made solid, so that he could not look away from it to take some comfort from the sky without seeing bars also. It could have been worse. One hears that in certain countries, political prisoners are locked in boxes too short to lie down in, carried down to a cellar, and stacked like so many warehouse crates in one dense tenement of tormented flesh, soaked in its own excrement. For someone, somewhere, this is actual. One of those boxes is where he is and has to continue being. If he dreamed of a prison cell with a bed and a toilet, he would weep bitterly to wake in his box and find it all a dream. This is the stone on the far pan of the scale. Load what you will on the other, it scarcely trembles. So that got me to the second round. Anyway, fortunately for me, the Legman's second poem wasn't as hot as his first, and so my quiet second poem beat him by it. My composite score came out fractionally higher than his, and I found myself the winner of $13 and a board game called Poetry Slam, which Mark Smith said had it all wrong, and every previous winner had returned it after receiving it. So the questionnaires were modestly revealing. I'm acutely aware, having been in conversation with sociologist friends, that my sample is minuscule. My methods probably need refinement, but at least my questionnaire was symmetrical, which is apparently good. And this is what I got. It was a young crowd. 44% gave their ages 20 to 29, but there were more people over 30 than under. 26% in their 30s, 11% in their 40s, and 11% in their 50s. One of my 61 respondents admitted to being 60 and over. 59% of them had attended slams and poetry readings before this one. Another 20% had attended poetry readings but not slams. The remaining 21%, so that's over a fifth, had never been to a poetry reading of any kind before. It was a more diverse audience than, well, I compared it to one that Robert gave at Borders a few years ago. But it was still predominantly white, although a number of the respondents declined to give race or ethnicity, or they ridiculed the question. So for race, they wrote triathlon, or this was my favorite, none of your damn business. So it kind of spoiled my statistical results. But if I go by what they said, 8% checked African American, 3% identified themselves as Hispanic. Most interesting was the spread of occupations. 5% said they worked as clerks or wait staff, and these were usually the ones who were 21 or 22 years old, still looking to see what they wanted to do. 23% worked in business or sales. 16% were in professions such as law or medicine, and 10% were engineers or technicians. Only 8% identified themselves as teachers and 11% as students. Another 11% indicated that they had careers in the arts, but only 3% claimed to be writers. So the prevailing notion that only poets and their force-fed students attend to poetry does not hold for this audience. That was the most encouraging thing that I found. Now just a couple of quick remarks. I've been engaged for almost a decade in a book that I just finished about Derek Walcott, and when I started it, I knew nothing about the Caribbean, where he comes from, so I had to learn a lot. And that culture gives you a kind of basis for comparison, because there is a tradition of verbal play and performance that is not necessarily confined to educated people. And there are extravagant uses of speech in things like the rants of the Midnight Robber in Trinidad Carnival, or when I look at the poetry slams, I think of another Trinidad Carnival convention, the Calypso War, where the leading Calypsonians improvise verses, sometimes satirizing each other, and whoever makes the wittiest responses and gets the most applause wins the Calypso War. So it has this competitive edge as well. Walcott has said, I come from a society that likes big gestures, right? And I think we come from a society where ever since the turn of the 20th century, when the conventions of Victorian poetry were getting kind of fly-blown, we've been kind of walking backwards away from big gestures. Ken's remark about the decline of rhetoric and the replacement of rhetoric classes with composition classes that emphasize clarity and plainness rather than flourish, I think is quite indicative. I think World War I really did a lot to kill rhetoric. People came back from the war like Wilfred Owen didn't come back from the war, but people who saw it would look at the kinds of rah-rah war poems comparing it to soccer or rugby written by people like Sir Henry Newbold and say, what the hell is this? And looked for some way to register the shock of that experience. We've had since then, I think another event that was bad for the fate of rhetoric was the Vietnam War, because of the kinds of very calculated uses of language to manipulate the public that were used at that time. So, it's interesting to me to see a society that somehow has come from a different history where all of these inhibitions against rhetoric and flourish and bravado are not so much in place, and it produces a different kind of art. In closing, just a couple of reflections about the slams in relation to what I saw last night. What I liked about the slams was the kind of possibility of openness and spontaneity, although in fact many things are heavily choreographed and rehearsed. You don't see too much of that, but potentially it can be that. And the idea of coming not to some kind of sanctimonious location, but to a bar. If it could be a little bit more like an Irish pub, it would be better yet, but it's a bar. You're sitting in there in a bar and people are reading poetry. And if you like it, you can show it, and if you don't like it, you can show it, and that's nice. What I don't like, two things: the competitive aspect, the aspect of it that's a little too much like wrestling or professional sports of other sorts. Blake said, among true poets, there is no competition. And the speed of judgment, that is, here's a poem, what do you think? Clap, don't clap. If you're bored, go like this. It says in essence, and this is the relationship to the poetry of self-flattery, I am the all-competent judge of this poem. I already know who I am. I already know what I want. This poem has nothing to tell me that I don't already know. That I don't like. And it struck me in the extraordinarily powerful videos of people from all walks of life presenting their favorite poems last night, that they don't think like that. The construction worker who loved Song of Myself said, when I first read this, it didn't make any sense to me. I couldn't follow it, but something caught my attention. And Whitman himself, when he says, failing to fetch me one place, you'll find me in another, keep encouraged. He says that seemed to be directing me how to be patient with the poem, how to get it. The Jamaican immigrant who loved Nick and the Candlestick by Sylvia Plath says, I love this because it doesn't follow any rational process. It doesn't make any sense, but it's powerful, it's raw, it's bitter. It doesn't seem to me a false use of language. Over and over again, they talk about being hooked by something that was opaque to them for a long time until they'd lived with it for a while. And that's what I think we're in danger of being too impatient with. The Poetry Slam has too much in common, I fear, with the rock video and with other sort of short attention span forms. That's one problem with it. The other thing I noticed last night was that there isn't the ferociously anti-intellectual and anti-academic bias in most of the respondents we heard from last night that seems to be a kind of stock attitude which you must affect whether or not you actually believe it or not at a slam. In other words, the professor isn't the enemy. A lot of these people said, I first ran into this poem when I went to school. I have the impression that people come to poetry later than they did. Instead of being read it by their parents, maybe, or being made to memorize it and recite it in grade school or in church, it's kind of terra incognita till they get to college. And college is a kind of door into this other thing. And some of these respondents seem very grateful for that. So while I don't want to whitewash the Literary Academy, and I'm well aware of its follies and failings and my own sins in that regard, I think it's refreshing to see that people don't necessarily have this kind of stereotypical academic versus free spirit notion of what poetry is. And I think the universities and colleges are one of the places where poetry survives, where people learn when they're young that they still want it for the rest of their lives.
Thank you. A plug, but it's also, I think, germane. On the 26th of April, we will have here a reading from the New American Library 2-volume collection on essentially on the first half of the 20th century. Some of you probably saw the review by Bill Pritchard in Sunday's Times. One of the things that he remarks on and that others have remarked on is the amazing breadth. 2 volumes of, to be in that anthology, you have to be dead. So it only goes up to around the 1960s. But it includes popular songs, ballads, blues, as well as Eliot, Pound, Stevens, etc. So it is a testimony to the enormous breadth and indeed musicality of poetry in the first half of the 20th century in America.
It's the voice of whoever likes the work of art and loves it. If poetry is, as it appears, becoming more popular than it was, my conviction is that is in response to an eloquent, beautiful mass culture. I join Kenneth in admiring and enjoying mass media very much. They are by their nature on a mass scale. The poem, by its nature, is on an individual scale. The instrument is the reader's body, as we saw last night. Ken spoke of loud and quiet. I would speak on of individual scale and mass scale. I hope that some people here will help us find ways to get the favorite poem videos into schools. Two powerful forces I've learned as a teacher are autonomy and physicality. If you ask the student to choose, the student's individual dignity is your ally. If you ask the student to read aloud in her own voice, to listen to your voice, the voices of her peers, corporeality as well as autonomy is joining you. What we saw last night was evidence to me that the work of art lives in whoever loves the work of art. And if as people or as teachers, as humans, we're not willing to trust that cultural principle, we might as well give up anyway. Principle involves dignity of the individual and the belief in the beauty of the work of art. Sorry, I don't have any more here. Thank you.
Okay, we now fortunately have a good deal of time for you. So I think the panelists would love to have it opened up to your questions and concerns, indeed your voices. Who wants to start? Yes, can you come? I think it's best if you come forward because otherwise people...
So that he can study stylistic variation and so on, and is very interested in what might be learned about oral. How the Martin Mueller? M-U-E-L-L-E-R. He's at Northwestern University.
Very kind of you. That's the kind of lead up. It
Right,
applies
right,
also
yeah.
to Dante and to Conan Doyle and quite a few others.
Yes. could you come to the microphone, please?
Recently, I have been writing a lot of poetry in my native language, which is Portuguese. I have been asking a few of my Portuguese friends to comment on it. And there is always a comment that puzzles me. And the comment is, it needs more universality. And I've been thinking about this. What makes a poem more universal than just the personal recollection of one's life or experience?
People have been trying to answer that question for over 2,000 years. We should probably.
Physical appeal. The most universal thing is physical appeal.
How does that go in a poem?
It's the sound. It's the elegance and beauty of the sounds. It's physical. Consonants and vowels. If they're arranged artfully enough, the reader will wait a long time for comprehension. The most universal thing is physical pleasure.
Can I say something? I think a poem is universal when it can be written all over the world and can go a message to all over the world. That's for just one group of the people or country. I think that makes universal, and that's the most thing.
Could I answer you? You see, what happens is they say my poems have too much musicality. They rhyme too much.
Maybe they're right.
Possible. One further observation, that sometimes it's not when people are setting out most self-consciously to be universal that they are so. We had last night a couple of instances of people saying, you know, this poem is written by someone whose life experience was utterly different from mine, and often the poems are very personal in their use of the poet's life experience, yet the reader for some reason says, yes, this speaks to me. Emerson's answer would have been that if you're utterly true to your own inner experience, you end up speaking universally without quite knowing how you got there. I would like to hope at least that that's true.
I think we ought to be a little cautious, though, bearing in mind the first panel this morning, and that is tastes change. Byron was certainly at one point considered almost universal. His death in the Greek Revolution helped. But I don't know that that's true anymore. And but it may become true again. In other words, there's a universality is as much subject to changes of taste and influence and resonance as other things in our lives. Did you have a question? Please.
Hi, I'm Mary Case. I teach at American University's Washington semester in the arts program. My question is for Dr. Breslin.
History, please.
Yeah, I don't want to offend anybody. You talked about the poetry slams and how one of the things that you found that you didn't like was the competitive nature of it. You won that poetry slam. And I'm interested in this because we have this wonderful poetry slam program here in Washington for the junior high school age kids, and they really engage. So I'm wondering about this whole thing about competition.
Well, I mean, of course, yes, the arts are competitive in a certain sense. I mean, inwardly you think, you know, how well am I doing? You know, who is doing the work that I love the best? Would my own work be found wanting by those standards? What can I do to make it better? My sense is, though, that you're kind of more in competition with what it's given you by your combination of gifts and weaknesses to achieve. I mean, if you worry too much about, I mean, I'm speaking personally, not universally. I just find that the less I think about what X, Y, and Z over there are doing, and measure what I'm trying to do against it, the less blocked I am, the better the work that I produce is, the less dissatisfied with it I become. Notice I don't say the more satisfied, I say the less dissatisfied with it I become. One other thing about this universality question, which is a big one. The whole direction within the formal study of literature the past 25 or 30 years has been to attack the idea of universality. When people say something is universal, they mean that a lot of mostly white, mostly male people with a lot of access to culture and power liked it and passed it on. And if I take, I think this has been taken to the point where the question of trying to explain why we value something other than as the outcome of a power struggle has become almost an embarrassment. And I'm very concerned with the idea that, although of course tastes change, of course cultural power and culture wars have a great deal to do with what rises to the top and what gets forgotten. I don't think these decisions are irreversible, and I think more as a matter of faith than as something that I can prove intellectually, that in some kind of rough balance, what survives the sifting tends to have something other than cultural good luck behind it, which is not to say that some things that don't survive and aren't worth reviving and might be just as good as some of what has survived. And I also think there's such a thing as dreck, bad stuff, And I think that bad poetry is finally okay when we're young and experimenting, but at a certain point it becomes a problem. I do believe that.
Just a word on competition. I think if you read between the lines, or not even between the lines, you read the lines in the Odyssey or the Iliad, there is a point when it's quite clear that the speaker, the bard, and this goes back to the mnemonic question, is lauded because of the complexity and the fullness of memory. You get the same thing in the griots in Senegal. There's a sense that the greatest of the griots are the ones who have the great legends of Samari or whatever, and they can bring them in the fullness. So there's a sense of competition. The calypso has already been mentioned. There's a sense of competition, not, I think, solely in the quality of the poetry, although that's important, but in the fullness of recollection and the aptness of recollection, certainly in the great oral traditions. And those are valuable qualities. Yes?
My name is Stephanie Van Gorder, and in response to the universal success of poetry, I think it's the ability to connect. So only in America are we going to market poetry with its competitiveness, in a slam, but it's an ability for some kids, junior high kids, to connect and relate with a poem. When I first read Walt Whitman, he was like, where is he coming from? I had no interest, it didn't connect at all. But later I picked the book off the shelf and I heard him calling to me. I heard him embracing me and affirming me and really calling me back to life, and it connected. And I have a friend from Ireland whose oral tradition is so precious, he's memorized poem after poem, and he carries it with him when he visits here in America. And I watch him as he'll take a woman off the street or a man off the street, or in some context of our socializing while he's here, and he knows a poem that would fit this man's life, and he will say, I've got a poem for you. And he gives the gift of the recitation of this poem that does have a line or two that fits this man, and to watch the man tear up, or to watch the woman just open up like a flower under the life of somebody touching somebody and connecting with a poem, that's what it's all about. So I would say, connect with people, give them as many portals of entry to find the opportunity to connect with a poem, and that's giving the gift of life and poetry to America and the world.
That is indeed voice. Yes.
I too am very intrigued by the question of universality. How do you achieve it? What I'd like to do is recite a few lines many a rose-lit maiden, and many a light-foot man. By brooks too broad for leaping, the light-foot boys lead, the rose-lit maidens lie sleeping. In fields where roses fade. Which is the more universal?
We've just been enjoined not to act like judges in a poetry slam.
Hey.
One of the things that struck me is Robert said sound, and the person over there basically said meaning for universality. And in some ways, those are the two poles by which people find universality. You know, to be universal, I can hear the rhythms of a Portuguese poem, and I can probably hear most of the rhymes, but I sure don't know what the hell that poem's about. It has to be, and so once it moves into translation, it has to be reworked so there's a sound to it in whatever language. For me, the whole universality, non-universality, in a sense, why do we care? I care less. My sense is that poems that tastes change, tastes move in and out, that's a good thing. The tastes move in and out sometimes for reasons of power, but sometimes for other reasons. For reasons of the life cycle, for reasons of a culture sitting in a certain place at a certain moment, other things going around happening in the culture. So that, things can move in and move out, and who knows, in 20 years, people might be, reading a pile of John Donne or something. Maybe many of you are, but I just don't. For me, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Yes, it all has been a bunch of white males from the West, and I do agree that there's considerable truth to that. On the other hand, I've been thrown here in the 21st century, and I'm busy trying to figure out how to live my life.
Well,
and keeping both in mind is what I try to do.
I guess what I've come to in my middle age is thinking more about an ethics of translation than of universality. In other words, the idea that there are many different contexts. After all, it's not as if God said before there were any human beings, let us create this eidetic form called poetry, like one of Plato's ideas out here. And all earthly poetry that's universal will be some aspect of that or correspond to that. Emerson says something like that, but I beg to differ with him here. No, it's more that people from ancient Greece got in a ship and landed on another coast, and sort of through the language barriers, they gradually figured out that these other people did certain things with language that were kind of like what the Greeks called poiesis. And hey, you have something like that too. And later, when Westerners made contact with places like China, gradually, but that there is a kind of agreement to translate the term poetry as covering all of these different things. It's not absolute. We're talking about desire, not fact here. Poetry is what people in a wide range of times and situations have wanted to call poetry, and things in which they've recognized some range of kinship. To get back to your two examples, I think Henley's Invictus, from which you recited the last stanza, is the kind of poem that a lot of people have trouble with now, because it celebrates this kind of ethos of the inviolable individual soul that is somehow able to master its own fate out of context. And I think a lot of people have trouble buying that anymore, and have trouble it sounds to my ears as if Henley protests too much. There's a kind of hysterical vehemence about that rhetoric. The Houseman poem I like rather better. On the other hand, I remember George Orwell's essay where he talks about having loved Houseman as a boy and going back to read it and finding out, and these are his words, it just tinkles. So you never know.
Let me suggest a couple of other examples. I've been thinking about this universality question, and I'll give two from this very room. Let's take the Japanese haiku, a very constrained and restricted and long polished form in Japan. But Bob Hass, as many of you know, has a whole book of translations from three of the greatest haiku writers. And they do come across. You do feel the intelligence and the irony and the delight in constraint and contrast. And then I think of an evening, probably one of the most memorable evenings in this room, with Joseph Brodsky. Joseph Brodsky was reading Akhmatova in Russian, and I was reading the translations in English from various translators. And there's no question that some of that poetry is universal. That is, you feel the power, you feel the tragedy, you feel the magnificent uplift of the human spirit in terrible conditions. And it doesn't matter, really, what the language is, as long as you can understand the language. So I think universality is, of course, it's best judged in the original language. But if it can come across in translation into another language, and if it can still give you that thrill of intellectual and emotional recognition, then it's on the way, I think, to becoming universal. Another question? Yes, please.
My name is Jennifer Hubbard, and I'm a high school English teacher. And since I'm taking the day off for my students, I thought I would ask a question on their behalf. They would love a professional opinion as to why we English teachers make them memorize and recite poetry.
We'll save Robert's voice, so you're on, Paul.
Well, as Robert said, maybe the most primal appeal of poetry is the physical sound, and included in that is the experience of forming the words in your own mouth. And you don't really get inside the poem until you experience it off the page. I think there's a tremendous tendency in the way we're taught to read, especially in the very rapid college curriculum that people go through. The idea is get into what you have to read, extract what you need on the exam, and get back out. And the particular way in which it's conveyed to you is not important. But poetry is the reverse of that. It is the first face of the language, and not the idea behind it, in which it most deeply and complexly and powerfully exists. So when you memorize, too, it starts to be a part of you. In order to memorize, you have to pay attention to how it sounds. You have to say it to yourself. You have to live with it a while. You have to dwell on it. I make my students memorize 2 poems per quarter when I teach reading and writing poetry, because I think it helps them appreciate what the process of writing as well as the process of reading is about. They have to live word by word the decisions that poets make. Every poem was once a blank page, and every word that is added is a commitment, and pushes the poem one direction and away from other directions. And it's in that changing process, that field of energy as that process continues, that the poem has its life. And that's true for free verse, it's true for formal poetry as well.
You might try adding more autonomy to the physicality. Tell them you want them to find something, each of them find something that you think is worth it getting by heart.
Yeah.
Make enough range of things available to them. Say, you find something you think is worth getting by heart. My wife did with 8th graders when I was with graduate students. That assignment also type up or write out an anthology, 35 pages, what you mean when you say poetry.
Kenneth, you want to say? No? Yes.
Morning. I would like to address the universality of the poetry question. I feel that when we bring forth our truth, the truth of our experience, that is when we touch into the universality of who we are. And we all, in different cultures, experiences, ethnic groups, can feel that universality when it is truth and the essence of the person's experience. Now, I am not in academia. My work is in healing. And I have found that I have been able to touch the muse and teach through poetry. So I think when the truth of who you are and your experience comes through, that's when you get into the universality, for me.
Thank you. Yes, back there? No, there's nobody behind you. No, just speak.
My name is Greta Eric, and I'm a poet as well, a new upcoming poet, I guess. First of all, I'd like to say that I really appreciated all that you've all talked about today, and feel very stimulated by the topics that you raised. But I guess I would also, I feel strongly to share an observation, which is that for me, there's been a real absence of women's voices on this panel. That the only two women poets that have been discussed in this panel, or critics, I guess there were any critics, but the only two women that were discussed in this panel were just examples of weak voices, actually. And I guess my question, excuse me, would be, given the context in which such a grievous thing could occur, even in the context of such a wondrous celebration as this, how would you propose nurturing the voices of women or racial minorities or sexual minorities in our culture? And I don't mean to be like a huge downer. I was just sitting back there feeling.
I think Joan Rubin should ashamed of herself.
Yeah, I just felt it was wrong me to say that. I just felt this kind of like when you're sitting in a Quaker meeting and you feel the spirit moving, just sitting down. And I'd like to hear from the panelists as well as folks from the audience. If you have ideas or suggestions about this issue, I'd be happy to talk with you afterwards. So I'll value that. Thank you.
Well, let me think. It was a matter of what happened that the nervous person at the Poetry Slam was a woman. There may be some gender baggage connected with that. I mean, if I knew more about why that was the case, it might turn out that she had interiorized some stuff about women aren't supposed to this or aren't supposed to that. It's very possible. In my teaching, I just did a West Indian Lit course that was about half an hour. It's funny, you focus on different things in different contexts. And
I can only say come back at late afternoon when you have Naomi Nye and Rita Dove and Louise Gluck. I don't think there's any attempt to discourage or exclude. I think.
No, but the question is why unconsciously played out that way? It's a serious question.
No, I just wanted to bring to people's attention, but in that context, how, given the fact that this could occur, given that context, how can we nurture the voices of young poets who don't see themselves represented over and over again because it's
Well,
shift or
I think you're generalizing from, were you here for the first panel?
Pardon?
Yeah. There were some women's voices prominently represented there.
In the context of a discussion about voice, I just find it interesting that, I mean, this isn't meant to make you as panelists feel guilty or anything about it. I just find it interesting that the panelists happen to be white men, and that with the exception of Derek Walcott, so were all of the examples that you all read, the favorable examples.
I recall mentioning Sylvia Plath in the response of this Jamaican immigrant to one of her poems in the presentation last night. And you were more or less right. Noted is probably the only response we've given. Yeah.
We are.
How can we go about nurturing these voices, given the context and pieces of society? How can we nurture the voices of the women poets in this room, or the African American poets in this room, or the gay and lesbian poets in this room, who want to be sitting up there, when it comes to be our time?
They often are. I think you're.
The next panel will be the Favorite Poem Project panel. I'm the only white male associated with the project.
Yes, we are drawing to a, no, please come forward, but just let me say that we are drawing towards noon, and we're going to have to cut off fairly soon, so please keep your questions succinct. Thank you.
My name is Edith Graciela Sanabria. I am originally from Bolivia. I am a poet. How I started liking the poetry when I saw a poet performer. And that is a way that I think to catch the little children, because many people used to say that poetry was boring and just it was very hard to understand many words, and people didn't like it. When I saw my teacher when I was in school, I loved the performance, and I started studying and writing, and I get inspired. I think poetry should go to all over the world, not just to a little group of people that parents have the time to read poetry. They should go to everybody, because it changed the world. It changed in the past the world, and we can change many things in this time. And I just wanted to tell you that. And I am a performance poet, I am a dancer, I am actress, and I think we should work together, the performance, the theater, the dancers, everybody with the poetry, to make enjoy more poetry to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, that gentleman, please.
I very much admired the work that was shown last night, and I thought perhaps there would be interest or comment from the panel upon the subject, or the fact that when you get into various cultures, deep into them, you find out in their history, early history, that each is very unique. Each perceives music different ways, and their arts, their paintings, and so on. And of course, their poetry. I was wondering if there is belief here, to some degree, that perhaps there are those things in existence which are not intercultural, or cannot be completely or perfectly translated. Comment on that?
Yes. Translation is always imperfect, it strikes me. And that's what translation is. It's trying to move halfway or move part way, or see what you can bring from one to the other.
Yes, but I think what's plain now is that problems of translation are only more visible when you move between languages. They already occur within a single language. We're taught the dictionary meanings of words. We acquire a sense of the connotations of words from all of the uses over time in which we've read them or heard them or used them ourselves. And that there's a lot of common ground there, but there's also a lot of individual variation. And depending on which particular part of things I'm from, I'll feel differently. So we're already translating when we talk to each other in English or any other language. It only becomes more intense and more visible when we try to translate from one language into another. One of the best books I read in looking at the Caribbean is called Acts of Identity, Creole-based approaches to language, ethnicity, and race. And the authors come up with the idea that everyone is performing a kind of instant pidgin, that is a kind of improvised lingua franca. And it develops according to the feedback. If you sense that people are picking up on what you're saying, you continue further. If you don't, you back up the truck and try something else. Another article is about how in London it was considered cool, it's considered cool in the youth culture of West Indian immigrants to speak like a Rastafarian. But most of the immigrants aren't from Jamaica, they're from another island, they may never have heard a Rastafarian speak. So there's this kind of invented dread talk in London, and to the extent that people buy it, that's Rastafarian speech on the street in London until someone comes along who knows better or comes up with a more convincing version of it. And I think that's kind of how things work. The miracle is, and maybe this is the wisp of, the ghost of universality behind all the difference, the miracle is that we understand and are moved by each other's uses of language as often as we are. Don't ask me how.
Yes, I think this is going to have to be the last question. Thank you.
My name's Kate Boyers. I'm an editor of Something. I'm a woman poet. I'm half Cuban, half Irish, so I have great access to a great bounty of literature. And I'd just like to address you as a woman who's worried about nurturing and how voices of women can be nurtured. But I would say that it's our responsibility to take from poetry the great richness of all of the traditions. And one of the functions of poetry is to provide a window out of our parochialism, our national parochialism, racial and gender parochialism. And I would say that it's irrelevant to want literal bodies of women on the panel. It's really to narrow the focus of this very great event.
That's a nice note on which to end from two great poetic cultures, Spanish and Irish. This panel, as I think the program makes clear, is about this exciting project. That is the making of the Favorite Poem project and the tapes. And there will be some tapes shown, so those of you who are not favored visually may want to move back a little bit. I will ask Maggie Dietz, who's standing talking to Robert, to introduce her fellow panelists, who are the producers of the tapes. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'll introduce it.
All right. So it's over to you, Maggie.
Okay.
We decided to change the nature of this panel because this is actually, as you noted, a shorter panel and a more casual and kind of relaxed panel. We'd like to invite, we're going to show you a few more videos beyond those that you saw last night, which we thought would be fun, which no one has ever seen, but we will be the first. And then invite questions to the number of people whose talents contributed to this project. it doesn't matter for this panel that Robert can't talk because the idea is that what you saw last night speaks to the merits of the project and to the goals of the project. We have on the end, next to Robert Pinsky, Mark Stafford, who is the senior audio producer for the Favorite Poem Project. You have not seen, or you have not heard, excuse me, Mark's work, in particular because we didn't do an audio presentation, but it should be known that the audio segments were edited separately based on the same raw materials. And it may be of interest to some of you to ask Mark some questions about his approach to honing the pieces for that medium. Juanita Anderson is the executive producer of the Favorite Poem Project. She is on Robert's left. And I can't say enough good about her, without whom this project would not be possible. And Juanita was responsible for finding all the people who are sitting up here at this table. On Juanita's left is Angelica Allende Brisk, who was one of the principal editors for the Favorite Poem Project video pieces. I think, Angelica, you did more than half of the pieces, 21 of the 50, and many of those that you did see last night. So one of the first things we're going to show you is a completed segment. Pardon me? Oh, no, I'm getting to Deborah. But in fact, I'll just go there first. Deborah Farrar Parkman was the production manager for the Favorite Poem Project, and she had a big job. And she worked long hours. And she was also one of the field producers for the Favorite Poem Project. And the piece that Deborah shot in Barbados is the last piece on the tape, which we very much hope we'll get to. It's Reverend Michael Haynes, a Baptist minister from Boston, who did the shot in Barbados. I was talking about the first piece we're going to show with respect to Angelica because you're actually going to be probably the only people ever, besides the people at this table, to see Favorite Poem Project outtakes. And we've just chosen one. We're going to show the entire piece of Alexander Schur, a law professor from Athens, Georgia, reading a favorite poem of mine, Elizabeth Bishop's At the Fish Houses. And then we're going to show, as a demonstration, some of the things that the production teams encountered when they were out on these shoots. And I won't say more than that. I'll let, again, the videos speak for themselves. So, I will begin by playing that piece, and then we'll stop it and maybe invite some questions for the production team, and then see if there's an appropriate point to see more.
I'm Alex Schur. I'm a law professor at the University of Georgia in Athens. I'm 45 years old. I was born in New England, lived out west for a while, and in the Midwest. Now I live on a farm about 15 minutes away from where I work. We have horses, and the land has 3 fields on it and a real nice barn, so it suits to them. The trees are just beautiful here. There's a real nice fit between where the buildings sit and where the land is. Everything seems aligned just the right way. So when I'm here, I really feel like I'm settled down in a place that I want to be. At the Fish Houses is a poem that I've read for years. I think I first read it when I was in college 25, 30 years ago. It speaks, at least in part, to my background from the Rocky New England coast, cold water, ocean, and the very harsh landscape that exists at that spot. I have a real admiration for Elizabeth Bishop's method of paying attention to small, domestic, really tiny details. It's a preference of mine to look carefully at things and try to understand things the way they are. I have a complete book of her poems, which I keep around either in my office at home or in my office at work. But I used to carry around a paper version of it, but I actually have one of those little Palm Pilots that I have it on, and when I need to, I swing it open and read it whenever I can persuade off to hear it. I try to keep it pretty close. I've long had the feeling that life has lots of hard edges. She looks at all these things in the world. She locates everything, including the human being, the fisherman at the beginning, in the midst of this world, responds to it, and then allows herself to get this sensation of knowledge, which she speaks to at the very end, that encompasses everything that she's seen and gives us a real, it's a dark sensation, but a real reassuring feeling that however hard things might be, we can look at it and understand it and come to terms with it. At the Fish Houses by Elizabeth Bishop. Although it is a cold evening, down by one of the fish houses, an old man sits netting, his net in the gloaming almost invisible, a dark purple-brown, and his shuttle worn and polished. The air smells so strong of codfish, makes one's nose run and one's eyes water. The 5 fish houses have steeply peaked roofs, and narrow cleated gangplanks slant up to storerooms in the gables for the wheelbarrows to be pushed up and down on. All is silver, the heady surface of the sea swelling slowly as if considering spilling over is opaque, but the silver of the benches, the lobster pots and masts scattered among the wild jagged rocks is of an apparent translucence like the small old buildings with an emerald moss growing on their shoreward walls. The big fish tubs are completely lined with layers of beautiful herring scales, and the wheelbarrows are similarly plastered with creamy, iridescent coats of mail, with small, iridescent flies crawling on them. Up on the little slope behind the houses, set in the sparse bright sprinkle of grass, is an ancient wooden capstan, cracked with 2 long bleached handles and some melancholy stains like dried blood where the ironwork is rusted. The old man accepts a lucky strike. He was a friend of my grandfather. We talk of the decline in the population and of codfish and herring while he waits for a herring boat to come in. There are sequins on his vest and on his thumb. He has scraped the scales, the principal beauty, from unnumbered fish with that black old knife, the blade of which is almost worn away. Down at the water's edge, at the place where they haul up the boats, up the long ramp descending into the water, thin silver tree trunks are laid horizontally across the gray stones, down and down at intervals of 4 or 5 feet. Cold, dark, deep, and absolutely clear, element bearable to no mortal, to fish and to seals. One seal particularly I have seen here evening after evening. He was curious about me. He was interested in music, like me, a believer in total immersion, so I used to sing in Baptist hymns. I also sang A Mighty Fortress Is Our God. He stood up in the water and regarded me steadily, moving his head a little. Then would disappear, then suddenly emerge almost in the same spot with a sort of shrug, as if it were against his better judgment. Cold, dark, deep, and absolutely clear, the clear gray, icy water. Back, behind us, the dignified tall firs begin. Bluish, associating with their shadows, a million Christmas trees stand, waiting for Christmas. The water seems suspended above the rounded gray and blue-gray stones. I have seen it over and over, the same sea, the same, slightly and differently swinging above the stones, icily free above the stones, and then the world. If you should dip your hand in, your wrist would ache immediately. Your bones would begin to ache, and your hand would burn as if the water were a transmutation of fire that feeds on stones and burns with a dark gray flame. If you tasted it, it would first taste bitter, then briny, then surely burn your tongue. It is like what we imagine knowledge to be: dark, salt, clear, moving, utterly free, drawn from the cold, hard mouth of the world, derived from the rocky breasts forever, flowing and drawn. And since our knowledge is historical, flowing and flown.
I have a number of things I wanted to say about this piece. And I think about the work in general. notion that the human body, the human voice, the form of human expression becomes the instrument through which poetry is revealed, if you would, meant for us that, in contrast to much of what is happening in poetry, particularly on public television, that we would not make the attempt to use the visual medium to interpret the poem, but to let the human beings speak for the poetry themselves, which meant that they would be on camera at all times while the poem was being read, which is very contrary to what most of us who work in film and television are brought up with. So the challenge for us was to really try to look at engaging ways to make the poem come alive, to really
what was your thought process about, what was unique about doing this as poetry versus other things that you've done in any dimension of production?
Juanita, could you repeat the question to the microphone we're asking you?
The question was,
Too elegantly stated.
you stated that so very elegantly. I think the short part was there something in the process that was different for us because we were doing poetry? I know that you want to see them now.
Okay. Well, I edited many of the pieces, so in terms of pacing, that's where a lot of things happen, is in the edit room. And I think one of the things that happened for us in the edit suite is an appreciation for the rhythms of a poem and kind of leaving them be still. But is that different from other forms that, in terms of a documentary filmmaker? I don't think so, actually, because one of the things that, especially in editing, that we try so hard to do is kind of maintain the integrity of the person that's given their time to be as part of the film. And that that's not always so evident in some of the films that you may have seen, but it is part of the process. When you're editing, you're naturally dropping things that people said, gestures, and you're highlighting others. Or, I would have, maybe on first chance, I would have done the dogs, but but that wasn't necessarily respectful to the poet, or Alex, or the dogs. But, so these are the choices that we have to make, but I don't think that they're particular to poetry. The thing that I did feel in the process is really what Robert set out to do came true, in the sense that as we were cutting these pieces together, there were many poems that I had no relation to. I really wasn't attracted to. But when you met these poems and these poets again through these people, they really had meaning that perhaps they didn't have before for us. And I thought that the reading and the creation of this poem being theirs was really attractive. And I really, in the end, I feel like this is a very strong format for understanding poetry, personally. And I really enjoyed it and loved most of the poems that we worked on in the end. And I'm not a poetry fanatic, but I don't know why people guiltily say that.
Could you talk about the selection principles that you used? Because you got these letters, right? And you read them and decided which one was for Maggie, right?
I'll quote Robert. Always the governing principle behind selection for both narrowing the 18,000 letters we received down into what became the 200 poems and 260 letters in the book, and then these 50 first videos, was that the main criterion for selection is the relationship between the person and the poem. So that the thing that we were trying to capture and perpetuate by creating this archive was the unique and particular relationships between Americans and very particular poems that had become part of what they moved through their lives with. One of the things that is actually interesting to me about the video is that it changes the scope of that a bit. An encounter with these video pieces is quite unlike reading the letters and the accompanying poem, for example, as they're displayed in the book. It does emphasize more the personal elements, the people, and their stories, and how that relates to the poem, and that's what makes them dramatic. That's what makes it TV. But I was also very pleased to feel that was successful, and slightly different from the original idea.
Two estimate, what's the ratio of outtake footage to finished product footage? And second half of the question, for the most part, were the outtakes removed because of dog problems, bulls in the middle of the road, and carpenters, or because something wasn't working? There's something not going the way you wanted it to in the shoot itself without external interruption?
No, generally there were cases where, again, sound is a very critical element to us. So we often would stop in the middle of a take because of some incidental sound. Particularly in any area, both indoors and outdoors, when you're going to shoot, the first thing you do if you're shooting indoors in someone's home is you ask them to turn off their refrigerator, which is often a very daunting thing to ask someone, but it's something that we, when we're in our homes, don't pay attention to. But on a shoot, when that refrigerator noise kicks in, or when the heat or the air conditioning kicks in, it's very noticeable with the microphones. So yes, there's often starting to stop. And I asked each of the producers to limit the tape stop that they shot to an hour. Most of them limited it to somewhere between an hour and a half, more like on the latter range. But there, but there are lots of reasons. I mean, one of the things just in the whole process of eliciting, I mean, we're sort of doing oral histories in a way, if you think about it. When people are talking about their lives and their connections and who they are, is to really try to work to make the story as concise as possible. So there's lots of usable material, but it's really finding the most concise way of telling that story. And Angelica could certainly attest to, I came into the editing suite and saying, oh my gosh, I've narrowed it down to a half an hour now. Help! But I mean, also in doing the poems, a number of the producers, and I think it depended upon the person and that they were, who the reader was, as well as the poem itself, opted to try to use different angles or different focal lengths. So we often found ourselves asking the reader to read the poem 10 times maybe, 7 or 8 times, so that we could record it at different perspectives, different focal lengths, different angles, so there would be the options of how it would be cut into the final segment. So it wasn't so much that the material wasn't usable, it was more about the choices that were actually made both visually as well as textually. Mark?
Sure. The amazing thing for me working on this project was to get to know the sound patterns of 50 people's voices, because apart from the fact that I worked with David on actually holding the boom mic and recording on location twice, I've never seen any of these people. The way that, if you didn't already understand it from Juanita's introduction, the way it worked with regards to creating pieces which hopefully are going to be played on the web or played through the radio or available on cassette, was that I would take the complete recording, including the outtakes from the filmmakers, and I would listen to them, and then I would try and make a piece of about between 5 and 6 minutes long, getting exactly the same spirit that the filmmakers had got, but in basically quite a different way, because obviously I was just going to use sound, and I had to get right to the relationship between the reader and the poem. So my process was to basically, for those of you who are not familiar with any aspect of digital sound editing, what you do is you take a DAT tape that a filmmaker gives you, you put it through a mixer, and then you're able to sample different tracks from all of this recording. And the track, basically, yes, you can listen to it, but primarily what comes up is something that looks like a cardiogram, just a very beautiful representation of the movement of somebody's voice. The fascinating thing is that it goes both It goes both north and south. So you have a sense in which the voice, the pattern of the voice, is being reflected as like a tree would be reflected in a pond or a river. So for me, I was involved in looking at this visual representation, knowing what part of the poem it represented, and then looking to see how concentrated I could make the recording, not with any kind of visual reference, not with knowing that there is no way that anybody is going to understand from any visual image what this person is like. So my process was, I had the privilege of being able to overhear all of these takes. And in fact, I was able to use material that the filmmakers weren't able to use, because a take was spoiled or altered because a visual thing didn't work. But in terms of the actual expression, it worked fantastically. So for as many times as there are beautiful moments where the person doing sound on location said, you can't take that because it's got too much background noise, there are also many moments which are only captured hourly and wouldn't appear visually. So I think that's part of the justification for having these two different directions to the project.
You could have used the dogs.
Yeah. The panting was really great. It gave a whole new... That was Alex's darker side.
We'll show two more tapes, two more segments. We don't have a lot of time. The next one we'd like to show is particularly because of the audience gathered here. It was the only exception to the rule that poets would not be recorded for this archive, and it's Stanley Kunitz's reading of the poem God's Grandeur by Gerard Manley Hopkins.
I'm Stanley Kunitzz. I live in New York City. I published my first book of poems some 70 years ago. Back in 1926, I was roaming through the stacks of the Whiteman Library at Harvard. And while I was walking through the section on English poetry of the 19th century, I just advanced
one of the fantastic things about working on this project was the whole question of this context, of how it would be received. What is how do you really relate to this person's relationship to the poem? And the fascinating thing to me is that the filmmakers, just because of the medium that they're working in, have to give some kind of context. They can't, I mean, Seth Rodney reading last night is very interesting because it worked fantastically, largely because he was completely in black, and that all you see is some photographs, which if he hadn't identified himself as a photographer, you never would have known that they are his work. And it still works fantastically. All of that, you could do all of them that way, but it wouldn't function as a whole project. So the filmmakers almost have an impediment in like looking for a context, because the heart of the project is something in which you have to throw the context away. What's so moving about this is that what the person reading the poem reveals is that they, yes, it's true, physically are reading the poem, but actually the poem is speaking them. And that is really what is so extraordinary about this project, and why why it's so wise, in a sense, not to have famous people read their poems. Mr. Kunitz does a fantastic reading, and we all learn something about the origin and meaning of poetry in his life. What you see when you listen and when you watch the videos of people who you don't know is you find something out about them which you could never have known, and which they never would have told you unless they had that poem to read.
And it's a brave process. I wish we had time last night to introduce the readers who were here, because I think it's very brave of them. I mean, we really stripped them bare. And it's not only them, it's their families that participate in this, and for readers to be willing to allow us to come into their lives and interrupt their lives and reveal so much of who they are. I think it's just an amazing thing, and they're all to be applauded. I wanted to introduce Deborah, because Deborah, who I mentioned earlier, was our production manager. She's also a producer of one of the centers. She's a producer in her own right, and agreed to come on this project to really work to make sure that our structure was in place because of all of the logistics that we had to deal with. But one of our participants who actually lived in Boston was scheduled to be in Barbados. He's from Barbados originally, the Reverend Michael Haynes. And when we asked him in pre-interview, where would you like to be taped, he said, oh, Barbados, and he thought it was a joke. But we realized that from the standpoint of the production schedule that we were dealing with, it was the logical place to deal with. Unfortunately, we did not have Barbados money. So I said, okay, Deborah, if you can get a deal and get the Barbados Tourism Authority to pay for it, you should it. She did.
The rest is history. Doing this piece, it seemed logical that going to Barbados to take the piece, that immediately it conjures up images of the beach and the trees and just the beauty, that type of beauty of
his life that made him connect to that poem. And I think when you see the piece, you'll understand.
Service minister of 12th Baptist Church in Boston, Massachusetts. I was born in Roxbury Crossing on the threshold of the Great Depression. My parents were Afro-Caribbean immigrants from the island of Barbados. The Great Depression brought difficult times in our family, exposed us to public welfare, poverty, fear, and a lot of other things. My father's hopes of gold in America sort of became depressed and became a part of oppression of racism and all the other things that could impose itself upon a man of color at that time in history. So I grew up poor, but I grew up seeking for some faith and hope. In junior high school, an Irish teacher kept quoting verses from Longfellow. Be not like dumb-driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. At that time, I didn't understand all that it was really saying, but I learned it and it stayed in my mind. Later on, feeling called to the Christian ministry, as a theological student, this psalm of life began to take on real meaning for me in my own personal struggles in life. And as I look back and reflected upon my childhood, the experiences of my parents. Oftentimes, West Indian immigrants with their foreign accents and their foreign ways were sort of stereotyped and ridiculed and laughed at. So I don't think that I or some of my brothers made any big fuss about having parents who had come from a foreign land and spoke a foreign accent and oftentimes might have been called monkey chasers or banana eaters or all these sort of negative stereotypical things. My mother was about 19 when she left, and after she reached her 65th birthday, she stated that she wanted to visit her home one time before she died. Someone had to take her to Barbados, and then I ended up being that person. To come to this hill called Mount Tabor and to see this church, my father's son in the choir here, he was tenor soloist. My mother was very, very active in this church. And I developed a new interest and a new pride in what Barbados represented in terms of its independence, in terms of its culture, in terms of its religious faith. I became very, very proud to be, as they say here of me, a son of the soil. Coming to this place just makes me think of all of the names that are tied in with my family. My grandmother was a Bascom and a Seeley, and then she married a Payne. My father's family were Hayneses, Nichols, and Howards. And they were all in here. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. And dust thou art, to dust returnest was not spoken of the soul. And this is the real significance of what Christian faith is all about. It gives you a hope that goes beyond the grave for the essence of who you are, that the soul can live eternally in a better existence. And if you didn't have that hope, life becomes sort of a dead-end street and becomes futile. And you have a right to go to the cemetery and cry and give a hope. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's Psalm of Life. Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream, for the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end or way, but to act, that each tomorrow finds us farther than today. Art is long, and time is fleeting, and our hearts, though stout and brave, still, like muffled drums, are beating funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb-driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust no future, however pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act in living present, heart within and God o'erhead. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing o'er life's solemn main, a forlorn and a shipwrecked brother, seeing, shall take heart again. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any faith, still achieving, still pursuing. Learn to labor and to wait. Whenever I read Longfellow's Psalm of Life, I'm challenged for living.
Well, please join me in another round of applause for this very talented favorite poem production team. Thank you all. We will reconvene in about 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you, Robert, Juanita, Maggie. It was terrific. Another form of outreach, if you will, with poetry. Actually, I was thinking during that wonderful film presentation a little bit about how we are talking about using all media. This morning, one of our earliest questions had to do with television and use of other media in promoting poetry or in promoting books, reading, and the written word. And I feel in part we've now covered, we are answering our own question a little bit by demonstrating the power of film with the demonstration. For some of you who had not seen the films last night, we are going to continue to talk about other media. We had a good discussion this morning about radio as well, but now we're going to concentrate a little bit on the print media and publishing, and talk about poetry, which is what, of course, brings us all together, and the publishing of poetry and how it has changed in recent times, as well as a little bit through history. And for that discussion, we have added a panelist who was nice enough to come up, take time, Jack Shoemaker, who is from Counterpoint, the book publisher, and Jack has agreed to add his perspective to our discussion of poets and publishing. But what I would like to do, again, is to, rather than introducing everyone, to refer you to your programs, and we will go through with brief statements from each of our panelists. Then we will ask the panelists to add anything they would like after hearing the others, and then we will open it up to hear one more time from you. So we would like to start with Bob Boyers, who I learned from talking to Bob on the phone is indeed the founding editor of Salvagundi and the well-known Poetry Journal, and also has been involved in poetry institutes. And I would like to turn it over to Bob for his statement. Bob?
I begin by noting just that, contrary to what's indicated in the program, I'm not actually the editor of a poetry journal exclusively, but of a generalist magazine that publishes lots of poetry. It's a small distinction, but it may be an important one, given what I have to say. My little talk comes in two very brief parts. The first one devoted to poetry and periodicals, the subject I suppose I know best, and the second to other questions recommended by Mr. Cole for this meeting. It's indisputable that most literary magazines exist principally for those whose work they publish. Very few of the tens of thousands of poets who send out their work to Agni or the Southern Review or Grand Street or my own Salmagundi support those magazines by taking out subscriptions or, in fact, most of the time reading those venerable periodicals. In fact, poets are as little inclined to buy literary magazines as the species once commonly referred to as the general literate reader. At a time when those of us with a stake in poetry have more than a little to be thankful for, when our poet laureate has stirred or renewed the interests and the sentiments of a great many people not apparently susceptible to or thoughtful about poetry, when throngs sometimes turn out for a public reading by Frank Bidart or Rita Dove or Louise Gluck or Caroline Forché, the situation of poetry is, let's call it, complicated. A survey of the better-known magazines devoting substantial attention to poetry reveals the following. I have a little list. 1. They continue to have and to hold relatively few long-term poet readers. 2. They receive greater and greater volumes of unsolicited manuscript material, mostly poetry, and mostly by poets not previously published in their pages or likely to read around in them unless they expect to be or to find their own work published there. 3. They have tended in recent years to reduce the reading period in which they consider manuscripts from 10 or 12 months to at most 6 months each year. 4. Many editors routinely place a moratorium on the consideration of unsolicited manuscript material, as the Kenyon Review did last fall, and, so I've been told, as Agni and the Missouri Review have lately done. Magazines like Raritan publish work by solicitation only, and this would seem to be the direction in which many magazines will go. 5. Many magazines, my own included, which publish lots of poetry and devote space in each issue to younger poets, also devote a large proportion of their space to writers who have published with them before, so that even very fine work by potential new contributors will usually be rejected for lack of space. 6. Most poets report that often their manuscript submissions are never responded to, either by national magazines like The New Yorker or by many of the smaller literary quarterlies, which routinely lose or otherwise lose track of manuscripts. The reporting time for most magazines is between 4 and 8 months, with some not likely to respond even within a year. 7. Very few magazines are able to offer a grown-up editorial assessment to manuscripts, many of them relying on unpaid student help, sometimes undergraduate student help, to give a first, usually final, reading to new poems. Rejection slips typically come in one kind only, the thanks but no thanks kind, and spare me the explanation. 8. Younger or newer poets are right to complain that the situation often seems intolerable, and editors overwhelmed by the inexorable tide of manuscripts coming in each week. We get more than 5,000 unsolicited manuscripts a year at Salmagundi. We're not the New Yorker. Are right to respond that they are mostly doing as well as they can. Most editors, in fact, have accepted the fact that a good deal of what they consider will be a multiple submission, so that the longer they take to look at a first-rate group of poems, the less likely will those poems be free by the time they get around to them. But though editors will occasionally be disappointed to learn that a poem they covet has been grabbed by someone else, there are so many attractive poems to be had that the disappointment will be short-lived at best. 9. Even the best-known literary magazines are apt in any given issue to publish one or two or more brilliant poems, along with many others that are merely competent, though it is rare to find many bad poems in the better magazines. Of course, what seems merely competent to one editor may seem considerably better than that to another. But I would contend that the proliferation of writing programs all across the country has raised the level of poetry generally, so that the average submission takes rather longer to reject than was the case 25 or 30 years ago. I started 35 years ago, so I've actually been able to watch this for some time. Writing programs cannot make great poets, but they can often help hard-working poets to become serious writers who will produce creditable work. Number 10, the poetry scene is diverse in ways that seem to most of us very healthy. At this moment, no one school dominates the leading magazines, which rarely follow a predictable party line in their selections, so that the followers of Ashbery and Bishop and Plath are not much better represented than the followers of Adrian Rich or C.K. Williams or Louise Gluck. Adam Zagajewski, the Polish poet, recently argued in an article in the New Republic that most of the poetry out there is tepid, ironic, and conversational, and has no interest in high or final things. But I have a hard time applying those derisory epithets to much of the work that I see in the Salmagundi offices, though of course tepid ironies are always plentiful. 11, last one. So few magazines any longer print or commission serious reviews of poetry that most poets have ceased to write them, or, except where their own work is concerned, to miss them. And of course, even poets inclined to regret the absence of steady, bracing criticism coming from first-rate poet critics can easily console themselves for the loss by simply intoning once or twice each afternoon should be enough the words William Logan, and giving thanks for William Logan's decision, at least for the moment, not to offer a scathing review of their latest work. That's part one. Part two is somewhat briefer. These are questions, responses to questions put to me on the phone by Mr. Cole. I'll tackle them in very summary fashion. 1, who writes poetry? Answer, just about anybody. And to judge from the manuscripts coming in to our little magazine mailbox 5 days each week, just about everybody. At the Summer Writers Institute I direct each summer, our poetry workshops are filled with people, some of whom live and breathe poetry, but also with many others who are doctors, lawyers, musicians, businessmen, social workers, and so on. Question 2, who certifies for those who write poetry that they are poets? This is hard to answer, and no doubt most of those who write poetry just know what they're doing and need no reassurance about who they are when they write. Others, less confident, will require, I suppose, confirmation from some external source, often an encouraging mentor, sometimes an encouraging magazine editor willing to publish their work and thereby to confer upon them, I guess, what we call an identity. Whatever the means, many people apparently believe that writing poetry confers upon their lives some meaning or dignity or shape that is highly desirable, and I don't blame them. 3, last question. What is the poetry scene today, or what is it like? I've already indicated in part 1 of this very brief talk what the scene is like from the peculiar perspective of a longtime magazine editor. But I'll add that the scene can claim many, many excellent poets whose work appears in so many different places, from so many different presses, that it is no longer possible to suppose that only the commercial presses or the national magazines will bring out really distinguished work. Though things out there can seem dark or difficult, especially for poets trying to break into print at the better magazines, there are many editors around who are more than eager to discover new talent and to promote it in the modest ways available to most of them. Yes, the scene is crowded with many voices, so many that it is impossible for most of us to attend even to a small fraction of those many voices. And yes, most of us will be very fortunate if we can find the time to love and to master the new books coming out by Robert Pinsky or Louise Glick or Seamus Heaney. But some of us will continue to make time for the grayer, frailer voice of a poet like Carl Dennis, the mordancies of a young poet like Dana Levin, or the orchestral resonances of a strange, anachronistic poet named Herbert Morris. None of these 3, with titles presently available at Kramer Books or Politics and Prose, where I investigated the local scene on Monday morning, and did so with those 3 names of persons with recent books in print were not to be found in the rather nicely stocked poetry sections. In short, though there is too much poetry out there to take in, we can see that much of it is admirable and compelling, sometimes even thrilling or austerely beautiful. And though there is always reason to complain about lookalikes and soundalikes in the graduate writing programs, about the thinness of air and idea in many of the well-made poems churned out in major MFA programs, we have only to remember how much really good work there is that we haven't the time to master, and how consistently our best poets have struggled to exceed themselves. We don't live in an age of poetry, but we have more than 2 or 3 handfuls of poets whose work may well be read and loved long after we are gone. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Robert Pinsky, the Center for the Book, and the Library of Congress, and everyone else who was responsible for having me come here. I must tell tales out of school. Last spring, Robert Pinsky was in Mississippi, and we met for the first time. And I think we enjoyed the meeting despite our disagreement about a few things. And most of my discussion today is based upon that disagreement, which is a friendly one, about the use of the internet. So I decided that maybe I ought to talk to you about my antiquated beliefs that poetry still loves the page more than the screen, or as a kind of subtitle for my remarks, it's what you have to say when you ain't no spring chicken. As my poet friend Amos Subalcin, whom I was very pleased to publish in Trouble with Water, said. And I having been here for the videos and having watched the audience today and the way people are responding, I just felt moved to read this.
I am as old as sin, quiet as it's kept, as ancient as an exorcism from paradise. I used to swing by my feet, make a dance out of trees catching me. I used to stand on my hands and throw huge rocks with the bow of my legs. I used to outrun daylight, home to a woman dressed in nightfall, older than the blues, older than the grace of sitting years later on the porch of a rocking chair poem. I used to turn my eyes inside out and cure a headache in a time before color 3D TV, in a time before footprints on the moon, in a time before the wheel. Let me tell you of a time long before Lucifer, when the sky and the sea were the same, when we could swim to the stars. I am slow dragging against the walls of a cave, combing the wind with my hair. I wear a rainbow as my diaper and a feather in my ear. I am tap dancing majestic waves, surfing for the rocky ground where the tribe waits. They throw chains out to fetch me, pulling me in like old age with open arms. They bite and growl a song which welcomes me. Even then, there was more to the world than meets the eye. That's about the way I feel when I talk about what's happening to poetry now. Because no doubt I belong to some ancient tribe of scriveners who were very much put out when the craft they loved and the livelihood they depended upon was undeniably diminished by the triumph of printing. As a writer who has moved from pencil and what we in the South used to call cornbread paper to pencil and nice paper, through the manual and electric versions of the typewriter to a now shameless use of the computer as a word processor, I must admit that I have a kind of residual kinship with those ancient makers of manuscripts. No, I do not want to return to the use of pen and ink as a habitual mode of writing. My hand would cramp. But at certain stages in composition, particularly when I am writing poems, I must have the evolving product on the page and not on the computer screen. I must have the paper in hand. The screen does not permit me to touch the word as the page does. And as I remarked yesterday, after looking at the collection of treasures in the new exhibit in the Jefferson Building, unless there was paper there with ancient printing on it, I don't know that that particular magic moment would happen for me. So in my creative projects and in my creative responses, poetry still loves the page. And as a reader of poems, I still want the look and feel of the printed page. My brain is not hardwired in the intellectual and aesthetic acts it performs for the e-book or the palm book or whatever it's called, and any other extremes in the future to which we will wind up as we explore the full possibilities of hypertextuality. By sheer habit, I respond more warmly to Dover Beach in a printed anthology than to the most handsome presentation the Electronic Village at the University of Virginia might be able to make. In 1992, Robert Coover wrote a rather startling piece for the New York Times called "The End of the Book." And I think what he had to say is to be taken seriously. He contended, or at least I suppose he partially contended, that poets and publishers cannot behave as if the electronic has not changed how we communicate, conduct our daily affairs, enjoy or suffer a quality of life. Indeed, the revolution is well on the road toward changing the cognitive functioning of the human brain. We can't ignore either the unsettled questions regarding intellectual property, copyright, and something I learned recently, which is called copyleft, which pertains only to the computer, other entitlements, and most especially, as the Authors Guild reminds me, I have to be concerned about the recovery of royalties from various misuses. Writing from the vantage of fiction, Robert Coover rather humorously remarked, "You will often hear it said that the print medium is a doomed and outdated technology, a mere curiosity of bygone days, destined soon to be consigned forever to those dusty, unattended museums we now call libraries." Indeed, the very proliferation of books and other print-based media is held to be a signal of its feverish moribundity, the last futile grasp of a once vital form before it finally passes away forever, dead as God. That's the end of Coover's quotation. Coover was willing to face the new world by experimenting with hyperspace at Brown University in the creation of narrative that would free a writer from the tyranny of the line. As he said, hypertext reader and writer are said to become co-learners or co-writers, as it were, fellow travelers in the mapping and remapping of textual and visual, kinetic, and oral components, all of which are provided by what used to be called the author, unquote. The number of fiction writers willing to go the whole 9 yards with hypertext is small. To my knowledge, the number of poets willing to do so would be absolutely minuscule. We, or at least I can speak only for myself, we are reluctant to have co-poets tamper with our creations, except in workshops or by way of private feedback solicited from other writers or kindred souls. Such poems as are published at various sites on the World Wide Web are more or less imitations of what one finds on paper. And it is disappointing to me that you can't even write marginal notes on the web-published poem. It is probably pleasing to the publishers of the amazingly popular new translation of Beowulf that Seamus Heaney did not opt to sell it by way of the web. That book is selling well, according to the New York Times of 29 March. But maybe another edition of his translation will include a CD or of him reading, or some well-spoken Brit reading it, which will return it to its natural context as poetry. The sales of this new version of an old epic is probably one small indicator that the book is not dead. The text lives and will live in new transformations. I do not think that we need to do a hatchet job on poetry and new technologies of publication. There is something to be said about the positive good of getting people interested in poetry by way of the internet. Robert Pinsky's project is probably, especially after last night's Cybercast, a very fine example of how you can use the net to reach a democratic audience. I think there's something very good to be said about this. because some of those materials will find their way to the joys of print. Some of the people who find things on the net will again learn to enjoy the heft of a book in hand and the turning of pages rather than the clicking of mice. And I have to ask learned people here, is the plural of mouse used as a computer instrument mice or mouses? I really don't know, but I would like an answer, please. The act of reading encourages then a very active participation in one's literacy. The reading of a poem, as those wonderful videos have shown us, shows that there is a very active use of the voice, but also of various powers of imagination in figuring out the meanings that emerge from that kind of encounter, which are quite different and perhaps more blessed than the meanings that ever occur in my classroom. For academic purposes, I do not object to preparing the text of poems so that students can have access to links for now that can do what footnotes and glosses in the old technology used to do. On the other hand, as a teacher, I always warn students about the dangers of thinking that somehow it's all there in hyperspace. No, it is not. There is so much in the library, in print, that awaits our discovery. The epiphany for me yesterday was, my God, I'm over half a century old, and I could spend another century reading in the Library of Congress. No, this new enthusiasm and wonder for what a well-chosen configuration of words might contain has a possibility of springing forth even in the new technology. And the Library of Congress website has done much to disseminate the possibilities to hundreds of thousands of Americans who got there online. No doubt in the future things will be very different. Surely there will be fewer of us around to carry on a long-term love affair with the poem manifested on paper in ink. Perhaps some century hence, poets will alienate their individuality for the good of the commonwealth of poetry. Perhaps e-lit zines, web-located literary magazines will be all too commonplace, and people will fashion anthologies from electronic poems with real audio readings. Neither poets nor publishers can stop the revolution involving the new management of boundless, centerless space and unlocked time, or perhaps unclocked time. But any conclusion that poetry on the internet is more than an interesting and emerging set of possibilities is, as was the announcement about Truman losing to Dewey, premature. The page still simply loves the poem.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker is Leslie Morris, who will present another perspective. Leslie?
I should probably begin by saying that I'm not a publisher, so I feel a little bit out of place on this panel. I'm an archivist, and what I'm interested in is what the publishers and the poets leave behind. And what I'm talking about primarily today is my experience as an archivist with one particular publisher, and that was New Directions Publishing Company. The outline of the story of James Laughlin IV and his New Directions Publishing Corporation is familiar to anyone interested in 20th century poets, so I will only recap it briefly here to set the scene. Jay, as he was usually known, became a publisher because he was told to become one by Ezra Pound. He had sought out Pound in Italy, taking leave from Harvard in his sophomore year to attend Pound's Ezuversity. hoping in this way to become a poet. After several months with Pound, Pound finally said to him, and I quote from Jay's reminiscences of Pound here, "No, Jazz, it's hopeless. You're never going to make a writer. No matter how hard you try, you'll never make it. Go back to America and do something useful. Go back and be a publisher. If you're a good boy, your parents will give you some money and you can bring out books. I'll get all my friends to send you stuff." Laughlin's family owned the Pittsburgh steel company, Jones and Laughlin, and Jay did not really need to work to support himself. But following Pound's advice, he returned to Harvard, and in 1936, while still a student, brought out his first New Directions book. Almost half of the titles that New Directions has published have been poetry. Many poets who are now part of the accepted mainstream of 20th century poetry had their early work published in New Directions in one of the firm's annuals, or have been kept in print by New Directions when other, more commercial publishers were not interested. To name only a few of the poets. Ezra Pound and William Carlos Williams are foremost, of course. They are the two pillars upon which the House of New Directions rests. Tennessee Williams, who was a poet as well as a playwright, and New Directions has published almost all of Williams' work. Dylan Thomas, Delmore Schwartz, Kenneth Patchen, Thomas Merton, Lawrence Ferlinghetti. A Coney Island of the Mind was one of ND's biggest and best sellers. Denise Levertov, Elizabeth Bishop, Gary Snyder, and the list could go on and on. New Directions was also extremely important in bringing to an American public translations of foreign writers, exposing American poets to the traditions of French modernism, such as the work of the surrealist Paul Eluard, and the Spanish and Latin American lyric in the work of Federico Garcia Lorca, Pablo Neruda, and Octavio Paz. When I read off the names of the poets that New Directions published, you might be excused for thinking that, of course, with such a list, the firm must have made some money. And after all, it's still in business today after 64 years. The fact is, however, that the firm operated in the red for close to 40 years, until the explosion of courses in contemporary poetry in American universities in the mid-1970s. Only New Directions had the essential text still in print, and so finally they began to make profits. Although often in the years the firm did make a profit, it would not have been in the black had its publisher taken a salary. Life, even for successful poetry publishers, can be marginal, and it helps greatly to be independently wealthy. Jay Laughlin's publishing philosophy was to publish only work that he liked. Jay was proud to say that he'd turned down Rod McEwen, who sold millions of books, because, quote, "It's poetry, sure, I admit it's poetry, but it's not a kind of poetry that I like." Because he didn't need to turn a profit in order to support himself, he could, again in his words, quote, "do things I wanted to do without having to waste a lot of time publishing junk to support them." Jay also subscribed to a belief of Pound's that there was almost always a time lag of 10 to 20 years until a poet's work was appreciated. Consequently, New Directions keeps books in print for a very long time, waiting for that period to end and to be ready to sell those books when it does. But I'm on this panel today not simply to tell the story of New Directions as a case study in poetry publishing, but to speak also in my professional capacity as an archivist. What does the written record left behind by this company tell one about the relationships between poets and publishers? One might expect that the proofs and other production materials for the books of poetry New Directions published would be extremely revealing of how Jay worked with his authors. But in point of fact, the proofs tell one very little. For the most part, Jay did very little line editing for his writers, largely because most of them wouldn't stand for it. Can you imagine trying to edit Pound or Williams? Instead, he invested time in long letters, occasionally dispensing advice or offering a point of view, but for the most part, simply being the facilitator of their creative work. Denise Levertov, a poet whom Jay published early and often, summed it up eloquently when she said, "For over 20 years, I have had in Jay a publisher who has consistently affirmed and supported my development through all its changes, a friend whose personal kindness has been practically as well as verbally expressed, and in association with a fellow poet, consistently fine and at the same time modest and totally unself-serving. The letters between poet and publisher in the New Directions archive are quite truly remarkable and repeatedly show the devotion, kindness, lack of ego, and passion for poetry that Levertov mentions. Fortunately, Jay usually kept carbons of his letters, so one can actually sit down and read both sides of these exchanges. I find one of the central pieces for understanding Jay as a publisher an exchange he had with William Carlos Williams in 1937. Williams had just published his novel White Mule with New Directions, and it had brought him some long overdue recognition and success. But, as do many writers who become successful with a small publisher, he was now thinking of taking his next book to a more commercial publisher. Williams wrote to Jay in part, "Tentatively, I've been thinking that it might be wisest to approach a regular commercial publisher concerning my next book when it is ready. Harcourt Brace once smiled at me, and Simon & Schuster grinned broadly. I'm just talking along. Let it go in one ear and out the other. I won't make a move without a talk with you." Jay thought about this for 10 days and then wrote back. And just a reminder, at this point, Williams is 54 years old and Jay is all of 23. "Dear Bill, your thinking that you want somebody else is a crisis in my life. I had thought that I was doing all right in what I had taken up, in what was probably to be my life work, and now, if you doubt me, I don't know. You are the cornerstone of New Directions, and if you left me, I think I wouldn't be able to go on with it. I have built my plans around you. You are my symbol of everything that is good in writing, and if you go over to the enemy, I just don't know where the hell I'm at. Would they take the mule? Now that you have made a success, they want you. They think they can exploit you. It isn't a case of publishers. It's a case of life and death, of right and wrong, of good writers starving and lousy writers going to Palm Beach. Of course, I see the other side. I see that you need money. Well, if you will trust me for a little while, I'll see that you get that. You are different from their trade. You and literature are not merchandise. They cannot fake you. Suppose your next book is too good and doesn't pay its share in their overhead. Those fair-weather friends will kick you right downstairs. They don't understand you. They don't know what it's all about. They just want to exploit your success. But you are free. You must do what you want to do. What can I do for you? I can push you steadily with the kind of people who are your proper audience. I can put out good books for you, irrespective of whether they pay their way. And if you think you are losing money with me, I'll see that you get that. What are Simon & Schuster offering you? I'll meet anything they put up. Why do I care? Because I know that I need you in order to do anything for the young ones coming on. I can print their books for them. But unless the name New Directions stands for something, they'll have a hell of a row to hoe. With you, New Directions does stand for something, and the people it prints will get a start and a break. This is not just monkey shine. It's the way the things work. But again, you are absolutely free, and you must do what you want. You mustn't think of me. But I think you should think of the other writers whom New Directions, made strong by you, could put on their feet. Well, think it all over a while and let me know. Best, Jim. Williams wrote back, Dear Jim, so be it. I frankly didn't think you were interested. Now it's different. We'll go ahead together, not any faster than is reasonable, but just as far and as persistently as we are able. It isn't that I need money now, that's not the point. My sole thought was that sometime or other in the near future, I ought to try to make some sort of connection, which would enable me to get some sort of return for my writing. I agree that my chances are slim, but I felt that I had to try. I am convinced that my best chances now lie with you, looked at quite coldly. Nor do I expect the impossible. It was impossible for me to know before this last letter what your plans could be. It's noon now, and I have to eat. Let me have your reactions. Sincerely yours, W.C. Williams. A second exchange, this one between Dylan Thomas, another core New Direction writer, and Jay. Thomas, of course, was perpetually short of money. In this letter, written in 1938, and shortly after the exchange with Williams I've just read, Thomas concludes a densely written 5-page letter in which he describes his poverty in graphic detail as follows. I apologize for this recital, but every one of my hopes is based on the possibility that New Directions may be able to give me an advance on royalties. It's extremely irregular, I know, and must be very annoying to you. For this unavoidably miserable letter, I again apologize. I had hoped to write all of this in a businesslike manner, but I failed. I failed because, although I know nothing about the business of publishing or the agreements that can be made between publisher and author, I know enough to realize that my most sincere appeal for an immediate advance on the work you wish to publish is unorthodox and possibly insolent. I am sorry I had to write this, but I am forced to do away with dignity and formality and ask you this question. Can you, at once, give me money for which, in return, I promise you all the work I have done and will ever do? I hope, beyond all things, that you will answer me. Jay responded immediately. Your letter had quite an effect on me. When I got it in Paris, I was just on the point of going off to Spain to fight in the war. Then I thought about your situation and that of... Then I thought about your situation and that of 2 other young writers of mine in America, and I said, my God, no, I can't do that. I've got a duty to do. So I didn't go. I can't get myself killed right now. As long as you stay good and write the real thing, you will never make money. I must tell you that. You must resign yourself to that. That is the state of publishing today. But you can count on me to do what I can for you. At this moment, I have almost no money at all. I'm living on $2 a day myself. But in good times, I have plenty. So I cannot promise you very much right now. I can send you $20 now and the same again next month. If business gets better, I can do more for you. In the meantime, I'll do my best to see you through. New Directions is the best publisher for you in America because I fight for my books. None of the big houses will fight for a poet these days. If they think he'll write a novel, they'll play him along, but they won't fight for him as a poet. I worry about you. Let me hear from you. Lachlan. The correspondence in the archive continues to be rich throughout Jay's active involvement with the firm, even though the telephone was handy. It's my impression that perhaps because he was a writer himself, he often wrote letters even when, presumably, a telephone call would have been possible. But faced with such a wealth of documentation in the New Directions archive for the poet and student interested in how writers write and how writers survive as writers, I do lament the passing of a tradition of letter writing. Certainly, much of the author correspondence that I see these days is not terribly revealing. The telephone has made serious inroads in this record. Email does, to me, at least, offer the possibility of reversing some of this loss, but only if poets and editors keep their email, and please not in electronic form, but on good old paper, which at least we know how to preserve. I hope that this very brief overview about New Directions has given some indication of a possible formula for eventual success as a poetry publisher, although to be honest, I think that Jay was nearly unique. He attracted and kept good poets because he cared for the poet's interest in every possible way. He also had the patience to wait 10 to 20 years until their work was appreciated by a broader public, and to be ready with their books in print when the call came. I also hope, given that there are publishers and poets in this audience, that you will all think a little about future generations of poets and students of poetry. Keep your drafts, print out your email, submit graciously to oral history interviews. If you don't, yes, the printed books and your poetry may survive for future generations. But those generations will have lost the opportunity to appreciate that very personal passion for poetry and the promulgation of poetry that comes through so clearly in correspondence like that in the New Directions archive. And I think that poetry and scholarship will be poor without it.
Well, after listening to Leslie, how can one doubt the importance of archives and the kind of archive actually that Favorite Poem is building as well for the future, which is an important part of the endeavor, as well as efforts on the part of libraries and archives to retain these important records and copies of correspondence. Jack Shoemaker is an experienced, passionate publisher. Jack reminds
one of the first pieces of advice he gave me was get good advisors, listen to them, and ignore everyone else. A writer that Leslie didn't mention that Laughlin died in despair over the lack of readership for was Kenneth Rexroth. In the early days, it was clearly Pound's influence that ran the engine that was New Directions. Shortly thereafter, a woman named Barbara Guest was really the French informant to New Directions. But when Pound returned after the Bollingen fiasco, returned to Italy and really entered a prolonged period of silence, it was Rexroth who stepped forward and taught Jay pretty much everything he knew about Chinese writing, about Japanese poetry, turned him on to a whole generation of poets that Jay was not familiar with, and was, I think, in a way that people have not appreciated, absolutely central to what we now think of as the beat scene, or the San Francisco Renaissance, or the New York School of Poetry. I also want to take a chance for a short ad. We just shipped Herbert Morris's new book. So if you can make your way to a Borders, because of the tyranny of chain bookstores, we can now know precisely when our book will be in their hands. It's 17 days from the day it leaves our warehouse, so it should be there this weekend. Fabulous book. Well, John was very kind. Really, what I said to him was that I didn't think I was going to be here, and I didn't have very much time to think about what I was going to say, so I was just going to talk about myself or my career. And I'm most anxious because I thought that's what we were going to do, to really respond to questions. I have many responses to what's been said already. But I will give you a brief overview of how I got to where I am. I've been involved with publishing and selling poetry for a long time. The first thing I published in 1965 was a broadside of a Gary Snyder poem, The Bed in the Sky. The first book I published through a press associated with my bookshop, we called ourselves a bookshop for poets then, was a book of poems by the Vietnamese monk Thich Nhat Hanh, The Cry of Vietnam, in 1966. Thai, as he was known at that stage, had a singular job. He was the last person Zen monks saw before they burned themselves. For a few of us, the late 60s and early 70s were the golden age of poetry publishing. The counterculture was in full bloom. Poets were among the leading scholars, philosophers, activists, and leaders. Donald Allen's anthology, The New American Poetry, introduced us all to the work of Charles Olson, Robert Duncan, Denise Levertov, Gary Snyder, Allen Ginsberg, Gregory Corso, and a dozen others. As a bookseller, I could easily recall the excitement as people would hear about and look forward to new books of poems. I had a waiting list, of all things, of more than 30 customers for the first volume of Ed Dorn's Gunslinger. As long hairs moved into the countryside, they took along their copies of Rip Rap and Kaddish, and to this day, some of the largest audiences for poetry are found in these backcountry locations. This was the golden age, too, of small press magazines and journals and books. One could have an entire session of this conference on the history and demise of the small press movement, but let me just say that nothing has been seen since that even approximates the vitality of the scene at that time. It was, in a direct way, government support that managed to kill it. It is hard to remember sometimes how visible poets were and what impact they had then. Preceded by the moderns, by the 60s, Yeats, Pound, Eliot classes were taught in virtually every university in the country. Frost was still in everyone's memory, more his persona really than his poetry. Wallace Stevens was the most influential unread poet since Mallarmé. Marianne Moore was in Life magazine, for God's sake. She worked on a project with the Ford Motor Company that became the Edsel. I once held in my hands a long-playing record of Cassius Clay, later Muhammad Ali, with the entire back cover printing an extended essay by Marianne Moore, wherein she likened Clay's couplets to Alexander Pope. The late 70s and 80s were a desert. Poetry sales plummeted. More importantly, the poets themselves withdrew, or so it seemed, and the decade of greed convinced the literate audience in America to ape its Calvinist ancestors. Reading nonfiction, reading for profit became the anthem. Small presses disappeared, poetry sales dropped, so did the sales for serious work in translation, serious experimental fiction, and first and second novels. There was, as this library named one of its own conferences, a crisis in publishing. The poets who came after, those of the late 70s and 80s, were mostly invested in either a small-minded personal confessional poetry, sanctioned by the writing programs that grew up like a cancer all over the country, or they veered off into an opaque experimentalism that essentially mocked the audience with an arrogance that was more like academic writing than poetry, modernist or otherwise. It may be that these matters are all cyclic. I've begun to wonder what the impact is of lyrics in popular songs on those most vulnerable, listeners in their 20s. Frank Sinatra, Ira Gershwin, Woody Guthrie, Bob Dylan, the Jefferson Airplane, the Beatles, REM, Nirvana, Public Enemy, Dr. Dre, Tracy Chapman, Portishead, Matchbook 20. Each generation seems to believe that the lyrics of their popular songs are superior, are in fact art, and this leads those 20-somethings perhaps to an appreciation of the power of the heightened language that is poetry. Maybe that's a seed. But however it happened, the 90s was a time of audience expansion, from sales of poetry books to poetry slams. The more accessible poets in their 40s and 50s and very early 60s show sales, say, above 20,000 copies, that their forebears might not have dared imagine. A few of the old guard, Gary Snyder, Wendell Berry, William Merwin, and the like can match the youngsters. This very week, as we've already heard, we have Seamus Haney's translation of Beowulf sitting on the New York Times bestseller list with more than 45,000 copies shipped. Writing schools are crammed, so are festivals and conferences. Even the difficult work coming out now causes response. News magazines will actually devote articles to the difficulty of Jory Graham. We must forgive them in their apparent belief that she is America's first difficult poet, but I've actually had meals interrupted when a poet I was dining with was recognized by fellow diners. This is a time on fire. But lest we become too complacent, let's insist on the long view and understand that it was not always so, but it has been good before, and it will not always be this way, and this probably won't last very long. As poets and publishers, we can enjoy ourselves for this moment. Thank you.
All right, first I would like to ask panel members if anyone has any comment or anything to add. All right, we all did our, yes, Bob, go ahead. Okay.
Any comments to the other people?
Yes. You may. If not, let's go to the audience. All right, we're open. Again, if you have a question, we'd appreciate it if you would come to the mic so we can get it on the recordings that we're making of this memorable occasion. May I have the first comment or question from someone in the audience? Yes, please. Sure, please.
My name is Bob Stevens, and it's my understanding that through the internet, anybody can publish anything nowadays if they have the money to do it. And what this eliminates, at least to some extent, is screening, editorial screening. And what it does is disseminate what used to be a term of opprobrium, vanity publishing. And I wondered if the board would like to comment on
Jack. One here, and then I'll come to you. Yes, please. Would you come up to the mic, please?
I just wonder, speaking a little bit about what Ms. Morris talked about, what are the necessary qualities for a good poetry editor?
Well, I suggested what made Jay a good poetry editor. It was his passion for poetry, his willingness to lend money. That was very important. And he was fortunate in having family money to a certain extent. He had a trust fund. It didn't generate that much income. He had an aunt, Lila, who would constantly give new directions and fusions of new money. But this also had, and something I didn't talk about, a somewhat dampening effect on what New Directions published, because Jay was always concerned that Aunt Lila might get upset by some of the stuff that had been submitted to him to publish. So, for example, he was offered Lolita by Nabokov and did not publish it. And there are other instances of big things that he turned down simply because he was worried about his financial backer. I think the personal involvement that Jay had with his authors was the thing that they valued the most. And as the quote from Denise Levertov, I think, made clear, it was a personal involvement and an involvement with their work. Jay himself, although Pound was so cutting about his own poetry, was a good poet. And he understood what his poets went through in their writing and tried in every way that he could to support it. That was what made him, I think, a good publisher.
Any other? Yes, Jerry, please.
If I might address this very briefly, I want to suggest that there are various kinds of editors for poetry. It depends upon whether we're talking about magazines or anthologies, and I have some experience with the latter, or with both, I should say. But I think a good editor does use time differently. It does take time not to send the mimeographed or Xeroxed rejection slip, but actually, even with the worst of writers, establishes a communication. And if this is a writer that U.S. editor are extremely interested in, might even say, would you resubmit this if you agree that certain kinds of changes ought to take place? Now, when you're doing what few of us are doing with any alacrity anymore, anthologies, you have another problem as an editor. I think we all need to know about this. There are many poets, if you are doing an anthology which you think of as being constructed on historical principles, or you're trying to represent great expanse of time, that you would like to have work by. Now, with those who have been sufficiently dead long enough, you don't have a problem, because their work is usually in the public domain. But all the angels and saints had better help you with living people who have publishers. When I was trying to do Trouble of Water, if I had not been able to figure out some angles, when I had Harco Brace Jovanovich asking me for $5,000 for one poem,
think on this question we can march right down the table. Jack and then Bob.
Talk about that editing thing for a minute. I think you should understand the place that subsidiary rights and anthology rights plays in any given writer's income. A poet like Robert Gutman, published well by New Directions for several books, is because of the classroom adoption for his work, was making more money on subsidiary rights than he was on royalties. And it's partly the editor's responsibility because the editor gives
Thank you, panel. You're next.
This is sort of a two-part question, too. One is addressed to Jerry, Jack, or Robert, and Leslie, you could answer also.
For the whole panel, I guess, right? Okay.
Robert, you said that the amount of unsolicited manuscripts has skyrocketed, and what I noticed is also the proliferation of people who are having prizes as a way of getting manuscripts, and then that a fee is attached. Could you discuss the trend of that, or how do editors feel about it? This year's writer's market, by the way, has pages and pages of literary prizes. I wonder if this is a trend that's going to increase.
Do you want to ask a second part of that now, and then we'll...
The second part is because of the amount of work coming through over your transoms, should poets like fiction writers send query letters, or how does an unknown break into a fine press efficiently?
I've just written a letter complaining about the first thing. Have you ever heard of Ponzi? The first matter is a prize, is a Ponzi scheme. It's a prize that is organized
Time for another question? Well, if not, I'm going to declare this panel over. I wish to thank the audience, and in particular, I'd like to thank our panelists. We're going to reconvene, however, at 4:30. Please join me in giving our panelists a hand.
We're going from cyberspace to inner space. We've had a lot of context for poetry today. We've had historical context and interesting discussions of publishing context. Now we get the real thing. And we're getting poets reading their own poetry, which is, after all, the foundation for it all. They're going to read in the order that they are in the program, which is the order that you see them here, progressing down. Robert tells me heroically that he will read for 3 or 4 minutes. May I just say at this point, just remind the audience that there is at 8 o'clock tonight in Coolidge a reading of Dante. I think under the circumstances Robert will not read, but William Merwin, who is an absolutely first-rate reader, will read for both Robert and himself from the Inferno and the Paradiso. The Purgatorio. All right, now my job is to get out of the way and hand it over to Joshua. They will just go down the line. Joshua.
Well, okay. I'm as excited to be here today as I was last night, which means my nerves are a little strained. Most of the poems I'm going to be reading are from a book called The World's Room, and this is the opening poem. Bruno's Night. Up the hill of snoring, the father climbs in dream. The mother sinks in silence, and baby sucks its thumb. But struggling next door, boy Bruno smells the dawn, while the sick, the sad, the torn apart quiet their song. Dropped curtains hide the night's inspired fantastic pomp that liquidates with light. Don't oversleep. Wake up. Run to the grimy window. Press your nose to the dirt. Under the dawn, you follow the mass of gathering earth. This next one is a poem in couplets, and it's in 2 voices. The first voice is the voice of a not yet conceived child. The second voice is the poet's voice, and they're engaged in an argument. The first voice here is the child's. The not yet child. Why won't you make me now, who wants a life inside your life? I fear you as a thief, stealing about the orchards of my future. Green fruit glistening above a starving creature. To increase the coin buried inside yourself, you need exchange it for an alien wealth. Wealth being you, I need to spend my hoard on public conquests of a private world, take drugs and chances, love recklessly, and build. I promise, I'm your most famous bright adventure. My stanzas will collapse, mere rooms in nature. I understand you dwell on agony, but there you'll shape your strongest poem, me. Your cry will play the tune, ending my work as health plays boss over the art I serve. Not always helpless, one day I'll help you, and you'll be grateful for what I give to you. Fever, high blood pressure, sleeplessness, I've my beloved to cause me such distress. And in my distress, I find again denial. If I'm the father, how can I stay the child? Make me, and as your face grows old, you'll find in my face, your face taking hold. That's vanity you call posterity. Afraid the future bears what you want to see, of what I could become, but might not be. The poet lost the argument, and this next poem is my imagination of my son's voice at about 11 months, when he's just starting to discover a word or two for himself. It's called The World's Room. Big meat, fur teeth, picks me up, puts me down. Do it, do it, do it now. Dada, doggy, puppet god. He will, he won't. The floor is cold. I hunt my milk song. She titted sweet for me, tongue in, tongue out. Mister, mister, I can sniff him at the househole, wagging bye-bye. Bye-bye. Why? Hi. Hey, where? Hey, how? A door, a page. Both swing first word. Hello. I said it. Hello. Hear it? They hear it. They heard me. It grows to the room we're in. Next page, please turn. Do it, do it, do it now. She will. She won't. Why? Try. My. Cry. I'll find a shape. Tongue in, tongue out. And be that shape I make. Obey me. I love it. Big meat. Warm arm. I love it. Once me. Milk song. The page opens. A phone opens too. I'll turn it on and walk right through. Next page, please turn. Do it, do it, do it now. I'm in the page, and now I'm gone. Switching modes here. This is an ode to a former landlord. It gives me tremendous pleasure to be able to read it here at the Library of Congress. In the poem, I address the landlord directly, but I've stolen a name, Crispus Sallustius, from Horace, and this is a character that Horace speaks to directly in a poem of his own that the poet David Ferry translates as Avarice. Tempest. 3,000 miles from this outermost seaside province, sky darkening to a purple amber wash across the harbor, you, Crispus Sallustius, sit in your house perched among hills of a western paradise and consult with your lawyer how best to sue my ass. Lift your pen from the page and look out your window. How the heavy light seeks the world and warms it. drying the sodden earth and seducing reluctant buds. Just weeks ago, rain that never stopped, would never stop it seemed, attacked the panes like buckshot flying sideways with the wind. Bad news in the mail, phone, fax, online. Your enemies triple-headed barking on a river edge brimmed over, plosive and cascading. The river of your ire, strangling by submerging, as dreams too filled up with rain, and banks refused to hold. But here, as there, despite all precipitation, the rains rained out, while salt air and sun yank the covers off and lick us to rise up and hum. Why waste your precious coins and minutes on battle plans for some official dim interior? The polished wood and balustrade reflecting back in brass our convex likenesses, as we prevail upon dignitary robes to judge us who cannot sit still in silence. What could satisfy your hunger? The starving adventurer, having wandered lost in mountains drenched by rain, falls on a shepherd's humble table and eats until he's sick, chucks it up to force it down, belly in revolt against an agitated mind. Agitated to anger at my mere figure on your step. You shouldn't have come here. You're responsible. You owe. Carbon pupils flaring. Oh, how I fucked you over good, as I stood wooden and bewildered, lost in panic's wood, and you gathered breath to bellow like an actor on his final stage, overcome for the finish by black fury's torrent, finding its voice merging with your own, your doubled voice enriched as venting pleasure, frothing over, under, all around, carried me off in a ripping, ugly rush. I'm not your father, your keeper. Well, I couldn't have agreed more. Though, months later, I'd reverse that if I saw you now, and try, no doubt failing, to bow to you, my keeper. So close this long winter, I too gorged myself on platters of revenge and tart sorbets kept cold in a metal dish of fear. Nights of reverie at the sink, each plate congealed with meat juice, a model of my mind I tried scrubbing and scrubbing smooth. Or was I just a fool? My mind more water pouring from the faucet, seeking the basin to give it shape, contain it, yet finding only drain and a polluted route to other larger waters. Does your epic of triumph and suffering need this minor book? Take your pen to a blank page of scrap, boot up and delete my name from your databank. You have others to care for without taking care of me. Our fates mixed together makes more stormy weather. And see, it's just stopped raining. So, step to your balcony and breathe the new atmosphere thoroughly cleaned of me. That's life, egging your heartbeat on. I want more of it too than could ever fill me up before the rain falls again, this time falling with no end. Late season's floodwater sweeping out our cherished homes. Thanks.
Gratitude to all the eloquent, stunning speakers of the last 2 days. I don't know when I've heard more exhilarating presentations, and I have conquered my phobia of panels forever, having listened to the panels that have been up here today. It's been a marvelous time. I want to thank everybody who made this program possible, and special thanks to Robert Pinsky and Witter Binner for this very unexpected and kind support. Since the topic is poetry in America today, I just wanted to say a word for where I've been for the last 25 years, which is out in schools as an itinerant visiting writer. And never have I heard a teacher say that her students have spent significant time with poetry in any way and gained nothing from it. Never. This past season I was asked at a conference of teachers, but what have you done over the years when the students made fun of one another's poems? And I had to think for a long minute before answering, well, they never have. Not once have they. Once a teacher made fun of a student, but I have never heard students make fun of one another's poems. And how excited I am to think of them seeing these videos. How wonderful that will be for them. And I just wanted to read two little stories. I've worked as an anthologist for the past 10 years as well, trying to create books that would be friendly to students, bringing poets from around the world, from Mexico, from the Middle East, voices I wanted to see in more American classrooms, into the hands of teachers in this country. My most recent anthology, though, that's just out, is called Salting the Ocean, 100 Poems by Young Poets from people I've been with. And I just wanted to read two little stories, which we sneaked into the index from classroom experiences. And these were stories from my journal, working with them. Waiting for the coffee pot to percolate, one teacher in the lounge speaks to another. Does poetry have anything to do with math? Her friend says, what? Well, says the first teacher, you know how I told you about Benjamin, who never does his assignments? So then we started this poetry workshop a month ago. He volunteered to read his poems. The other kids cheered him on. Yesterday, he brings his math homework in for the first time all year and leaves it on my desk. I don't get it. What does poetry have to do with math? A fifth grade boy telephones the poet who visited his class and asks if he could dictate a poem to her. She says, why don't you just write it down yourself and give it to me next week? He says, I feel I need to say it into somebody's ear, or it won't come out right. There's nobody at home over here. So she writes down what he says. It's pretty great. She promises to give him a copy next week. 2 hours later, her phone rings again. Do you have another piece of paper? And just one of the poet's voices. This was from a fourth grader, Brenda Burmeister. I have managed to keep in touch with her over the years, and she does say that this writing of this poem, which she wrote in approximately 7 minutes, staring into a broken compact mirror on her desk, was very significant because it was the first time she learned that you could find something out while writing a poem. You didn't have to know it in advance. Fourth grade, Brenda Burmeister. Alone with my mirror, dreaming of love, wishing for love, thinking of my dear old grandmother. My eyes represent my grandmother. My nose represents my grandmother. Suddenly my face turns into my dear old grandmother. I start to speak. I hear my voice. I hear my grandmother's voice. I say to myself, that can't be my grandmother. She is dead. She says to me, it is your grandmother. I had trust in my grandmother, so I believe my grandmother lives beyond death in my mirror. And then a few from me. I wear this poetry advocate button from Poets House in New York, not to announce myself, but to invite people to tell me stories. And they do. In an airport 2 weeks ago, a woman came up and said, so, can I tell you about the time a poem saved my life? And she isn't the first one who's done that. They also let you check into hotels early and things if you wear a button like this. Feeling you've probably been sleeping in lobbies till now. But I want to dedicate this poem to the Library of Congress, remembering my childhood library in St. Louis and our exquisite library in San Antonio. Because of libraries, we can say these things. She is holding the book close to her body, carrying it home on the cracked sidewalk, down the tangled hill. If a dog runs at her again, she will use the book as a shield. She looked hard among the long lines of books to find this one. When they start talking about money, when the day contains such long and hot places, she will go inside. An orange bed is waiting. Story without corners. She will have 2 families. They will eat at different hours. She is carrying a book past the fire station and the 5 and dime. What this town has not given her, the book will provide. A sheep, a wilderness of new solutions. The book has already lived through its troubles. The book has a calm cover, a straight spine. When the step returns to itself is the best place for sitting, and the old men up and down the street are latching their clippers, she will not be alone. She will have a book to open and open and open. Her life starts here. Wedding cake. Once on a plane, a woman asked me to hold her baby and disappeared. I figured it was safe, our being on a plane and all. How far could she go? She returned 1 hour later, having changed her clothes and washed her hair. I didn't recognize her. By this time, the baby and I had examined each other's necks. We had cried a little. I had a silver bracelet and a watch. Gold studs glittered in the baby's ears. She wore a tiny white dress leafed with layers like a wedding cake. I did not want to give her back. The baby's curls coiled tightly against her scalp. Another alphabet. I read, new, new, new. My mother gets tired. I'll chew your hand. The baby left my skirt crumpled, my lap aching. Now I'm her secret guardian, that little nub of dream that rises slightly but won't come clear. As she grows, as she feels ill at ease, I'll bob my knee. What will she forget? Whom will she marry? He'd better check with me. I'll say once she flew dressed like a cake between 2 doilies of cloud. She could slip the card into a pocket, pull it out. Already she knew the small finger was funnier than the whole arm. William Merwin and I were talking at lunch about poems which we must write in response to certain things in the news, and I'll just read these. This is two poems, one poem, 2 parts. Jerusalem headlines 2000. Holy Land experiences biggest snowfall in 50 years. Having been there for the previous 2 biggest, I felt a lot of images coming over me. If your house is covered, if someone's small lemon tree disappears under a drift, if your auto with the blue license plates, if your goat or my aged donkey, if the clay jar in which your mother hauled water for 60 years, if the snow piles up past everyone's windows, all of the windows, Palestinians and Israelis worked together in the West Bank to rescue. A sweeter sentence than baklava, than all the oranges of Jericho offered up to God. Second headline, top Israeli official hints at shared Jerusalem. After all this time, just a hint. He could sing it loudly, chant from the top of a wall. He's a top official, after all. Why whisper? Why not stand in the street, bursting with syllables, shocking taxi drivers and bread sellers? Why not? Why not? Why not? Does a mother hint that she loves her child. Now, while we are fresh, while the century is still a wide open page, now, a new story to be made, and everyone with their fragrant nouns and muscular verbs to write it. And on behalf of the internet, I feel like I keep finding out a lot of intriguing things from the internet that I appreciate knowing about. And this was one of them: the many hats of William Yale. I love odd collections: cookie jars, light bulbs, toothpaste tubes. The man who gathered sugar packets for 37 years. So when I heard about the hats made from rinds of lemons and limes a century ago, decorated with bits of frill and cloth to represent the tribes and occupations of the time, I loved William Yale, this strange gift for his Jerusalem bride. I sent my Boston friends to see those hats. They got lost driving there in a wild rainstorm, more lost coming home. But they reported the hats, made by children's hands, lined up teeny tiny, displayed on thimbles and walnuts, were withered only a bit around the edges, as any rind might be after so long. And they felt hypnotized. A sudden tangy hopefulness rose up from those hats, a stunning wish for women and men with tinier heads to solve Jerusalem's troubles. And back to poetry in America in the schools, I'll close with Valentine for earnest men, for the boy who stalked up to me in the hallway of his junior high school and said, "If you are the poet, write me a poem." And it was February 14th. You can't order a poem like you order a taco. Walk up to the counter, say, "I'll take 2, and expect it to be handed back to you on a shiny plate. Still, I like your spirit. Anyone who says, "Here's my address, write me a poem," deserves something in reply. So I'll tell a secret instead. Poems hide in the bottoms of our shoes. They're sleeping. They are the shadows drifting across our ceilings the moment before we wake up. What we have to do is live in a way that lets us find them. Once I knew a man who gave his wife 2 skunks for a Valentine. He couldn't understand why she was crying. I thought they had such beautiful eyes. And he was serious. He was a serious man who lived in a serious way. Nothing was ugly just because the world said so. He really liked those skunks. So he reinvented them as Valentines, and they became beautiful, at least to him. And the poems that had been hiding in the eyes of skunks for centuries crawled out and curled up at his feet. Maybe if we reinvent whatever our lives give us, we find poems. Check your garage, the odd sock in your drawer, the person you almost like, but not quite. And let me know. And I'd have to say to all of you here today, you let us know in a big way. Thanks.
I'm going to try to read the first poem and the last poem from my brand new book called Jersey Rain. They're short. Samurai Song. When I had no roof, I made audacity my roof. When I had no supper, my eyes dined. When I had no eyes, I listened. When I had no ears, I thought. When I had no thought, I waited. When I had no father, I made care my father. When I had no mother, I embraced order. When I had no friend, I made quiet my friend. When I had no enemy, I opposed my body. When I had no temple, I made my voice my temple. Never was a laugh line before. I have no priest, my tongue is my choir. When I have no means, fortune is my means. When I have nothing, death will be my fortune. Need is my tactic. Detachment is my strategy. When I had no lover, I courted my sleep. Last poem is the title poem, Jersey Rain. Now near the end of the middle of the road. Now near the end of the middle stretch of road, what have I learned? Some earthly wiles and art. That often I cannot tell good fortune from bad, that once seemed so easy to tell apart. The source of art and woe, aslant in wind, dissolves or nourishes everything it touches. What roadbank gullies and ruts it doesn't mend, it carves the deeper, boiling tawny in ditches. It spends itself regardless into the ocean. It stains and scours and makes things dark or bright. Sweat of the moon, a shroud of benediction, the chilly liquefaction of day to night. The Jersey rain, my rain, soaks all as one. It smites Metuchen, Rahway, Saddle River, Fairhaven, Newark, Little Silver, Bayonne. I feel it churning even in fair weather to craze distinction. Dry, the same as wet. In ripples of heat, the August drought still feeds vapors in the sky that swell to drench my state. The Jersey rain, my rain, in streams and beads of indissoluble grudge and aspiration. Original milk, replenisher of grief, descending destroyer, arrowed source of passion, silver and black, executioner, source of life.
I'd really like to hear another round of applause for everything that Robert Pinsky has done here at the library. It's been just remarkable 2 days and a remarkable 3 years. I want to thank him. I'd like to start with a poem for sentimental reasons. It's for my daughter, and she kind of grew up in these halls. She knew every elevator here and the tunnels between the Madison Building and the Jefferson Building. This poem took a long time to write. It's in my latest book, but it's a poem about her birth, and now she's 17, and she's given me permission to read it. You have to ask at a certain age. She was born in Phoenix, Arizona, and we weren't sure exactly how this experiment was going to come out. Came out pretty well. but we had a good omen in our midwife. We did the safe way. We had midwives in the hospital so that in case something goes wrong, you can pretend that you were doing it naturally. But our midwife was a remarkable woman. We could not quite figure out what she was, and that'll become clear in the poem. Incarnation in Phoenix. Into this paradise of pain, she strides on the slim tether of a nurse's bell, her charcoal limbs emerging from crisp whites, unlikely as an envelope issuing smoke. I've rung because my breasts have risen, artesian. I'm not ready for this motherhood stuff. Her name is Raven, and she swoops across the tiled wilderness, hair boiling thunder over the rampart of bobby pins spoking her immaculate cap. She dips once for the baby just waking, fists punching in for work right on schedule, bends again to investigate what should be natural, milk sighing into one tiny vociferous mouth. Ah, she whispers, ambrosia, shaming me instantly. But no nectar trickles forth, no manna descends from the vault of heaven to feed this pearly syllable, this package of leafy persuasion dropped on our doorstep and ripening before us, a miniature United Nations. Just like me, Raven says, citing the name of her mother's village somewhere in Norway, her father a buffalo soldier. Now, of course, we can place her, an African Valkyrie, who takes my breasts in her fists, grunting, "This hurts you more than it does me." Then my laugh squeezed to a whimper, and the milk running out. I'd like to read one poem from the title sequence of the book. On the Bus with Rosa Parks is the title of the book. And this poem is not about Rosa Parks and that historic moment, but about another woman, and a moment that by all rights could have been the historic moment. There were several women who refused to give up their seats on the bus, on the buses in Montgomery, Alabama in the year of 1955, which was the year that Rosa Parks made her historic stand. And for various reasons, they were not taken up as the test case for the for the segregation laws, against the segregation laws. This woman's name that I'm reading about in this poem is Claudette Colvin, who now works in a nursing home in New York. And she has been interviewed, and people have asked her how she felt not being Rosa Parks, and she's truly bewildered by this question, as if what she is not something already. There's an epigraph for this poem from the boycott flyer that was distributed a few days after Rosa Parks' arrest. And I quote, "Another Negro woman has been arrested and thrown into jail because she refused to get up out of her seat on the bus and give it to a white person. This is the second time since the Claudette Colvin case. This must be stopped." Claudette Colvin goes to work. Menial twilight sweeps the storefronts along Lexington as the shadows arrive to take their places among the scourge of the earth. Here and there, a fickle brilliance, light bulbs coming on in each narrow residence, the golden wattage of bleak interiors announcing, "Anyone home?" or "I'm beat, bring me a beer." Mostly I say to myself, still here. Lay my keys on the table, pack the perishables away before flipping the switch. I like the sugary look of things in bad light. One drop of sweat is all it would take to dissolve an armchair pillow into brocade residue. Sometimes I wait until it's dark enough for my body to disappear. Then I know it's time to start out for work. Along the avenue, the cabs start up, heading toward Midtown. Neon stutters into ecstasy as the male integers light up their smokes and let loose a stream of brave talk. Hey, mama, souring quickly to your mama when there's no answer. as if the most injury they can do is insult the reason you're here at all, walking in your whites down to the stop so you can make a living. So ugly, so fat, so dumb, so greasy, what do we have to do to make God love us? Mama was a maid. My daddy mowed lawns like a boy. And I'm the crazy girl off the bus, the one who wrote in class she was going to be president. I take the number 6 bus to the Lexington Avenue train, and then I'm there all night, adjusting the sheets, emptying the pans. And I don't curse or spit or kick and scratch like they say I did then. I help those who can't help themselves. I do what needs to be done. And I sleep whenever sleep comes down on me. 2 newish poems. I've been working on a series about the painter Albrecht Dürer for as long as I think I've been writing. I can't seem to finish it. He intrigues me, I think, because he was on the cusp of the Renaissance, and it fascinated me to think of someone who knew that something new was happening but didn't quite know what it was. He was early for his times. He wrote a painter's manual, which is extremely postmodern, actually. I have a quote from it in which, just to give you an idea of how his mind worked, he said, "I may in my imagination throw a point high up in the air or drop it into the depths where I cannot reach it with my body. But in order to make it plausible, I must draw it with a pen and write the word point next to it so that the point will mean point." This man, I mean, the 15th century was not for him. But he also thought that perhaps you could quantify human beauty if you just measured it enough. And this became a lifelong obsession. This poem takes place right about at the turn of his millennium into the 1500s. And it's called Weltschmerz, which is German for, well, it means world pain, but that's nothing. It means really a longing that you can't put a finger on. It's bigger than the world. Weltschmerz. You who refer to your wife as my good Agnes, and always in connection with the maid, a simple girl who cried out in the midst of a miracle, crosses dropped from the sky onto the clean white shirts of her master. What could you say to a creature so devoid of irony she couldn't even laugh when you yelled, "Come out of the rain"? Still, the centuries fresh. 3 days' journey to view a beached whale, and by the time you arrive, the whale has been swept to sea again. You stay a while anyway, collect rocks, sketch a negress so plump and shy she won't lift her eyes from your hobnailed boots. Morosity, you write, is the penalty for too much thought without exercise. So you dig Dame Sorrow out of metal, carve her slouched among orbs and compasses, swathed in grim drapery, and yet it is your jaw etched in fury, your gaze you find burning beneath her extravagant curls. What goes up must come down. The maid saw that with her own silly eyes. Throw up your hands, put it down on paper in ink. What can you say to a woman who refuses to pose nude even for a famous artist? Gather up your stones, your crab carapaces, your smudged equations for human perfection, and remember a green brooch for the melancholy Agnes. This poem is, I kind of date the new poems as post-fire or pre-fire. Some of you might know we had a fire in our house. Lightning struck it and burned quite a bit of it. And it, contrary, I mean, it was devastating, but contrary to what I always imagined when I looked at disaster on television, and you think how unspeakably sad, it has been a process of recovery. What you do discover is that you find things again, and everything that you find is a gift. As a consequence, I've started writing poems which I guess some critic will say predictably enough are poems about paradise. Adam and Eve, This is one of Eve's. Of a quote from the Bible, "I have been a stranger in a strange land," and an epigraph from Emily Dickinson, "Life's spell is so exquisite, everything conspires to break it." It wasn't bliss. What was bliss but the ordinary life? She'd spend hours in patter, moving through whole days, touching, sniffing, tasting, exquisite housekeeping in a charmed world. And yet there was always more of the same, all that happiness, the aimless being there. So she wandered for a while, bush to arbor, lingered to look through a pond's restive mirror. He was off cataloging the universe, probably, pretending he could organize what was clearly someone else's chaos. That's when she found the tree, the dark crabbed branches bearing up such speechless bounty, she knew without being told this was forbidden. It wasn't a question of ownership. Who could lay claim to such maddening perfection? And there was no voice in her head, no whispered intelligence lurking in the leaves, just an ache that grew until she knew she'd already lost everything except desire, the red heft of it warming her outstretched palm. Thank you.
Now foreseeable end, but it treats the different periods of a life, youth, adolescence, the erotic life, domestic life, and old age as in a kind of swirl of associative patterns. You won't be able to get that from a smattering, but I'll read a few of these poems. The Sensual World. I call to you across a monstrous river or chasm to caution you, to prepare you. Earth will seduce you, slowly, imperceptibly, subtly, not to say with connivance. I was not prepared. I stood in my grandmother's kitchen holding out my glass, stewed plums, stewed apricots, the juice poured off into the glass of ice, and the water added patiently in small increments, the various cousins discriminating, tasting with each addition. Aroma of summer fruit, intensity of concentration, the colored liquid turning gradually lighter, more radiant, more light passing through it. Delight, then solace. My grandmother waiting to see if more was wanted. Solace, then deep immersion. I loved nothing more. Deep privacy of the sensual life, the self disappearing into it or inseparable from it, somehow suspended, floating, its needs fully exposed, awakened, fully alive. Deep immersion, and with it, mysterious safety. Far away the fruit glowing in its glass bowls, outside the kitchen, the sun setting. I was not prepared. Sunset, end of summer. Demonstrations of time as a continuum, as something coming to an end, not a suspension. The senses wouldn't protect me. I caution you as I was never cautioned. You will never let go. You will never be satiated. You will be damaged and scarred. You will continue to hunger. Your body will age. You will continue to need. You will want the earth, then more of the earth, sublime, indifferent. It is present. It will not respond. It is encompassing. It will not minister. meaning it will feed you, it will ravish you, it will not keep you alive. Solstice. Each year on the same date, the summer solstice comes. Consummate light. We plan for it. The day we tell ourselves that time is very long indeed, nearly infinite. And in our reading and writing, preference is given to the celebratory, the ecstatic. There is in these rituals something apart from wonder. There is also a kind of preening, as though human genius had participated in these arrangements, and we found the results satisfying. What follows the light is what precedes it, the moment of balance, of dark equivalence. But tonight, we sit in the garden in our canvas chairs so late into the evening. Why should we look either forward or backward? Why should we be forced to remember? It is in our blood, this knowledge. Shortness of the days, darkness, coldness of winter. It is in our blood and bones. It is in our history. It takes genius to forget these things. Stars. I'm awake. I am in the world. I expect no further assurance, no protection, no promise. Solace of the night sky, the hardly moving face of the clock. I'm alone. All my riches surround me. I have a bed, a room. I have a bed, a vase of flowers beside it, and a nightlight, a book. I'm awake. I am safe. The darkness like a shield, the dreams put off, maybe vanished forever. And the day, the unsatisfying morning that says, I am your future. Here is your cargo of sorrow. Do you reject me? Do you mean to send me away because I am not full in your word? Because you see the black shape already implicit? I will never be banished. I am the light, your personal anguish and humiliation. Do you dare send me away as though you were waiting for something better? There is no better. Only for a short space. The night sky like a quarantine that sets you apart from your task. Only softly, fiercely, the stars shining. Here in the room, the bedroom, saying, I was brave, I resisted, I set myself on fire. Youth. My sister and I at two ends of the sofa reading, I suppose, English novels. The television on, various school books open or places marked with sheets of lined paper. Euclid, Pythagoras. As though we had looked into the origin of thought and preferred novels. Sad sounds of our growing up, twilight of cellos, no trace of a flute, a piccolo. And it seemed at the time almost impossible to conceive of any of it as evolving or malleable. Sad sounds, anecdotes that were really still lives. The pages of the novels turning, the the two dogs snoring quietly. And from the kitchen, sounds of our mother, smell of rosemary, of lamb roasting. A world in process of shifting, of being made or dissolved, and yet we didn't live that way. All of us lived our lives as the simultaneous, ritualized enactment of a great principle, something felt but not understood. And the remarks we made were like lines in a play, spoken with conviction but not from choice. A principle, a terrifying familial will that implied opposition to change, to variation, a refusal even to ask questions. Now that world begins to shift and eddy around us, only now when it no longer exists. It has become the present, unending and without form. I'll read two more short ones. Eros. I had drawn my chair to the hotel window to watch the rain. I was in a kind of dream or trance, in love, and yet I wanted nothing. It seemed unnecessary to touch you, to see you again. I wanted only this, the room, the chair, the sound of the rain falling, hour after hour in the warmth of the spring night. I needed nothing more. I was utterly sated. My heart had become small. It took very little to fill it. I watched the rain falling in heavy sheets over the darkened city. You were not concerned. I could let you live as you needed to live. At dawn, the rain abated. I did the things one does in daylight. I acquitted myself, but I moved like a sleepwalker. It was enough, and it no longer involved you. A few days in a strange city, a conversation, the touch of a hand, and afterward, I took off my wedding ring. That was what I wanted, to be naked. Time. There was too much always, then too little. Childhood, sickness. By the side of the bed, I had a little bell. At the other end of the bell, my mother. Sickness, gray rain. The dogs slept through it. They slept on the bed at the end of it, and it seemed to me they understood about childhood, best to remain unconscious. The rain made gray slats on the windows. I sat with my book, the little bell beside me. Without hearing a voice, I apprenticed myself to a voice. Without seeing any sign of the Spirit, I determined to live in the Spirit. The rain faded in and out, month after month in the space of a day. Things became dreams, dreams became things. Then I was well. The bell went back to the cupboard. The rain ended. The dogs stood at the door, panting to go outside. I was well. Then I was an adult. And time went on. It was like the rain, so much, as though it was a weight that couldn't be moved. I was a child, half sleeping. I was sick. I was protected, and I lived in the world of the spirit, the world of the gray rain, the lost, the remembered. Then suddenly the sun was shining, and time went on, even when there was almost none left, and the perceived became the remembered, the remembered, the perceived. Thank you.
I want to begin by, in a conventional way, by thanking everyone who's been responsible for this program in every sense of the word. This particular program and the marvelous things that have been said here, Robert's favorite poetry project program, and what they have both shown, and what I believe, that Taliesin in the 6th century, in a poem, said of the muse, "It is natural to love her." I believe that this is something that we're all born with, and that we get educated out of ourselves, why that great ode of Wordsworth is so important. That children naturally love poetry, and if they don't love it by the time they're adolescent, it's because something wrong has happened. Some derailment has come about. And then I want to thank everyone responsible for my being on the platform with these other poets, many dear friends and poets whose work I've loved for years. It's a great pleasure anytime that any chance for that happening. I want to read a few poems, beginning. They're all short poems, and I go back to the book published several books back called The Vixen, which all of the poems are in the same form, and they're all related to the same place. They differ in length and in time and in various other respects. But I notice that the poems that I've chosen to read this evening, many of them have to do with animals, and I suppose that's no accident. That's one of the great sympathies of my life. And one of the things that one shares with other poets, by the way, is not necessarily animals, but passion. A passion. And a passion that I realize is a part of a lifelong romanticism of mine. I suppose I am a romantic in many respects. But I believe that the poets owe each other generosity. As much generosity as they can muster. It's never total, and it's vexed sometimes. But it should arise from the fact that they recognize in each other that passion and that concern and gratitude for being able to touch something so remarkable and so beyond our own use of language. That's something which we also, I believe, share with many animals. Substance. I could see that there was a kind of distance lighted behind the face of that time in its very days as they appeared to me, but I could not think of any words that spoke of it truly, nor point to anything except what was there at the moment it was beginning to be gone, and certainly it could not have been proven nor held, however I might reach toward it, touching the warm lichens, the features of the stones, the skin of the river, and I could tell then that it was the animals themselves that were the weight and place of the hour as it happened, and that the mass of the cow's neck, the flash of the swallow, the trout's flutter, were where it was coming to pass. They were bearing the sense of it without questions through the speechless cloud of light. A totally different kind of poem next is one of several city poems in the book that followed The Vixen, The River Sound, a book of short poems that followed The Vixen. This is about an apartment that I lived in and that represented a very important part of my life for a great many years, and that I lost. Now, that's a story in itself. 6th floor walk-up. I was born in New York City, and this is in New York City. New York, to me, is the Ur city. I mean, to me, it's the core of history. I mean, we don't live entirely in history, but nor do I live entirely in New York. But and sometimes I felt, as a friend of mine who was also born in New York said, someone said, why, if you notice all these terrible things about it all the time and complain about it so much, why do you keep coming back? And he said, I hate it better than anywhere else. 6th floor walk-up. Past 4 in the afternoon, the last day here. The winter light is draining out of the sky to the east over the grays of the roofs, over the tiered bricks and dark water tanks, clock towers, aerials, penthouse windows, rusted doors, bare trees and terrace gardens. In the distance, a plane is coming in, lit by the slow burn of the sun sinking 2 weeks before the solstice, and the lingering perfect autumn still does not seem to be gone. The walls of the apartment and the long mirrors are becoming shadows. The latest telephone, already cut off, is huddled against the wall with its deaf predecessors. The movers have not showed up for what is left. Bare bed, bare tables, and the sofa, the piled LPs, the great chair from which at this hour once I called up a friend on Morton Street to tell him that all the windows facing west down the avenue were reflecting a red building flaming like a torch somewhere over near the old post office on Christopher Street. The sirens were converging, all the bells clanging, and the sky was clear as it is now. They are stacking Christmas trees along the fence again down at the corner to the music of the subway under the avenue on its way to Brooklyn, 25 years. And then one other poem from The River Sound. And this is Basho said that for a poem to be real, this doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, but it's very interesting to think about. For a poem to be a real poem, you had to know what time of year it was. This is called Waves in August, so you cheat with the title, you see. Waves in August. There is a war in the distance, with the distance growing smaller. The field glasses lying at hand are for keeping it far away. I thought I was getting better about that returning childish wish to be living somewhere else that I knew was impossible. And now I find myself wishing to be here, to be alive here. It is impossible enough to still be the wish of a child. In youth, I hid a boat under the bushes beside the water, knowing I would want it later and come back and would find it there. Someone else took it and left me instead the sound of the water with its whisper of vertigo, terror, reassurance, an old, old sadness. It would seem we knew enough always about parting. But we have to go on learning as long as there is anything. The rest of the poems that I want to read are all from a new manuscript that's just gone to the publisher. And there are quite a few poems in the early part of that poem that have to do with the night sky, day and night, light and darkness, time. And I want to read a short one of those, called Glassy Sea. As you see, each of the stars has a voice, and at least one long syllable before words as we know them and can recall them later, one by one, with their company around them, after the sound of them has gone from its moment. Even though we may say it again and again, it is gone again, far into our knowledge. There are words, as we know, for whatever does not die with us, but the sound of those words lasts no longer than the others. It is heard only for part of the length of a breath among those clear syllables never heard, from which the words were made in another time. And the syllables themselves are not there forever. Some may go all the way to the beginning, but not beyond it. And I want to read a difficult kind of poem. This evening, Robert and I were going to, but Robert is indisposed. His voice has left him, and I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to read from Dante. And I think probably the hardest subject, one of the hardest subjects to get into poetry, to write about properly and make a poem of, is anger. Dante was a person who traveled through life with terrible anger, a great deal of anger. And he dealt with it in various ways, some of them we would think quite successfully in the Commedia. He dealt with it both in the Inferno and in the Purgatorio, quite differently. He was dealing with his own anger at the same time. I will deal with mine as well as I can in a minute if I can possibly find this poem. I thought I knew where it was, but no, I'm not, but I'm getting desperate. I know it's here. And I've said all I wanted to say about it, so you'd have to bear with me. Or I'll just end up by reading something else instead. But I do want to read this one. It's a poem about something that's actually happening, and I'll tell you a little bit about it. And the reason I want to read it here is because I think it concerns all poets. However you may care or not care about animals, poets and the marginal aspect I've been hearing about the mainstream and about computers and so on and all this stuff, and I've never felt that I belonged to the mainstream in a lot of ways. I felt that my life was marginal, and there's a thing about poets that is deliberately marginal and always has been. We speak from the edges of things, and that's where we recognize a place there. When poets were, in the beginning of the Romantic period, from which Dante came, the line between those who wrote poems and those who recited them in public was vague, and it kept dissolving. And the jongleurs were the people who used to sing the poems. This poem's just disappeared. The jongleurs were associated with people who did all sorts of juggler acts and dancing acts, and with people who had dancing bears. The dancing bear, this strange figure. Now, bears sometimes have been taught to dance kindly, but that's been seldom the case. Bears don't generally want to perform for human beings unless they've been taught to do it, and usually they've been taught in terrible ways. Well, that's what's been going on in Pakistan, and is still going on in Pakistan. It's been going on until quite recently in northern India, Greece, and Turkey. I'll spare you some of the horrible details about how they've been trained to do, well, this is very embarrassing. Here we are. Sooner or later, you see, patience. Your patience, not mine. Found it. This will tell you why I think poets should concern themselves with this terrible thing. There's an association called the World Society for the Protection of Animals. You can look that up if you get concerned about what I've been telling you and what I'm going to read. This poem, which is an angry poem called Feast Day. Almost at the end of the century, this is the time of the pain of the bears. Their agony goes on at this moment for the amusement of the wedding guests, though the bears are harder to find by now in the mountain forests of Pakistan. They cost more than they used to, which makes it all the more lavish, and once they are caught, their teeth are pulled out and their claws pulled out, and among the entertainments after the wedding, one of them is hauled in now and chained to a post, and the dogs let loose to hang on its nose, so that the guests laugh at the way it waves and dances. And those old enough to have watched this many times compare it with other performances, saying they can tell from the way the bear screams something about the children to be born of the couple sitting there smiling. You may not believe it, but the bear does. And I want to read one small, very small, another animal poem called The Name of the Air, about a dog. It could be like that then, the beloved old dog finding it harder and harder to breathe, and understanding but coming to ask whether there is something that can be done about it, coming again to ask, and then standing there without asking. I'll read two more poems, and one of them is also about dogs. When the great South African writer, one of the greatest writers alive in my opinion, J.M. Coetzee, was invited to give a series of lectures at Princeton recently on any subject he chose. He said he would like to do it in the form of fiction, and they said that would be all right. A fiction is that an Australian woman novelist of some age is invited by an American university to give a series of lectures on any subject she chooses. And she chooses not to give it on a topic of literature, but on the human treatment of animals, which is a taboo subject. You don't mention that in polite company. It's a very interesting book called The Lives of Animals. It's his most recent book. Why are taboo subjects taboo subjects? Home tundra. It may be that the hour is snow, seeming never to settle, not even to be cold now, slipping away from underneath it. The past, slipping away from underneath into the past from which no sounds follow. What I hear is the dogs breathing ahead of me in the shadow. Two of them have already gone far on into the dark of closed pages, out of sight and hearing. Two of them are old already. One cannot hear, one cannot see. Even in sleep they are running, drawing me with them on their way, wrapped in a day I found today. We know where we are because we are together here, together, leaving no footprints in the hour. Whatever the diaries say, nobody ever found the pole. A stream, the chipped lake, gold strokes on the high clawed hollows where you never set foot. What would you see from there? Not the past, which is fiction, nor the present, which is the past. You would stand there shaken in the presence of Vertigo the god, clutching the air, hearing that one note you keep forgetting. Thank you.
Any words I could say would be superfluous. We've been taken into 6 different visions of human possibility, 6 different sets of sound and sense. It's been a marvelous end to a very full day. There is a reception outside where you can mingle with our poets, and thank you for being with us, and thank them for being with us.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.